I'm pleased to work with these fine folks here. All of our council meetings are here. Councilmember X, Beth, Seeley, Kurt, and Paulson. And we are all here tonight. So let's go ahead and get started. Start out with a pledge of allegiance. And I'll go ahead and lead. And we have a special guest to offer the prayer tonight. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Robert, once you remain standing. Okay. All right, we have a special guest tonight who's going to offer prayer. This is Pastor Robert Jackson, retired pastor.
Hello, everybody.
Friend of mine for about 30 years. He's been here before. Christina remembers him. He's been here. Scarlett does, of course. Rob. Robert comes and visits us every other year or so. Didn't last year. Go ahead. He's going to offer a prayer.
I just want to say that John left out the most important thing. I performed his and his wife's wedding. Oh, they said 16 years ago.
16 years ago.
Okay.
Friday.
Wow. I didn't remember all that stuff. Well, anyway, he already said my name is Robert. I'm Pastor Jackson. I like to let people know my real purpose, and that is I'm just a nobody. I'm going around telling anybody about somebody who can save everybody. Is that all right? I can say that. Well, I'm here to pray tonight. I would like all of you to bow your heads and close your eyes and look to the Lord and let him speak to your heart as I speak to him. Okay, let's do that. Father God, we're grateful and we bless your holy name tonight, that you would breathe on these that are here that can hear my voice. Bless them from left to right, from back to front. Be with them as I speak to your goodness and your grace. First of all, I praise you for allowing us to be here and in this moment that we now enjoy. Thank you for that. Thank you for our having a reasonable portion of our health and strength. Bless every family that's represented here tonight. Breathe on them by your Holy Spirit in the name of Jesus. Help us to make it the next step. Help us to make it the next day. Thank you for this day. And we pray your blessings over everything that will be done tonight. Use everyone to your goodness, to your glory, to the best of their ability. In Jesus' name, let everybody say amen.
Amen. Thank you, Robert. So just a little bit, I mentioned Robert comes and visits us. Of course, we live on Main Street, so he's been in our house. Last time he came was 2019, a couple of years ago. Last year was a virus, so nobody, hardly anyone was traveling. And he visited us when we lived on Grandview as well. He had a stroke about 10 years ago. Yeah. Wife passed away about 5 years ago. So we take care of him, we feed him, give him a tour. But I do want to tell you the rest of the story. And for this particular audience, it'll be you'll find quite interesting. Last time Robert was here, and I'd get up in the morning, fix him breakfast, and get him going, and I get myself going and come here into the office. So the last time he came here, I went to the office, and he was sitting in home, and my wife wasn't up yet, and he heard a knock on the door, so he got up and answered the door. And there are two young gentlemen wearing short sleeve white shirts and ties, nicely dressed. He invited them in, and they had an interesting conversation. Pastor Jackson probably has half of the Bible, Old and New Testament memorized. They realized they were outclassed, so they brought help and came back the next day, and came back the next day and the day after that. Well, the day before he left, he was baptized. And he went home, and one of the missionaries, one of the young gentlemen, was from San Diego, and he got to know the parents, because Robert lives in Corona, which is Riverside County in California. And they became friends, and now I don't know all of the church assignments he has now. He speaks frequently in church. He mentors the missionaries. And this Sunday we had, what do we call it? Is it a fireside? So we had the acting bishop, and there's two wards that used to be exclusively in Providence are both in Providence and River Heights now. So the gentleman who's the counselor, the bishop, is ill. Anyway, we're at his house, and I introduced him. There were probably 25 people there. 4 missionaries were there, some neighbors there, but he spoke for about a half hour and talked about some things. Very interesting. He talked to the missionaries after. He's going to meet with some of them this Friday before he leaves Saturday. But anyway, that's his story. And being that this is my last council meeting, want to make it special, and so invited him there. So we'll go ahead and get started. Start out with the approval of the minutes. Providence City Council consider approval of minutes of November 16th.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of November 16th.
The motion from Council Member Seeley to approve the minutes of November 16th. We'll have a second. Second from Council Member Kirk. Any changes?
Saw one.
Just okay. Go ahead.
Line 96, Carrie's name's misspelled.
Oh, I tried to find my name. Good catch.
What happened?
It was Crick instead of Kirk.
Oh, correct.
Yeah, I've been called worse.
Any other changes, modifications? Okay. Hearing none, let's go ahead and I'll call for a vote to approve the minutes of November 16th. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm just gonna abstain because I wasn't here.
Okay. 4 in favor, 1 abstain. Motion passes. Public comments. Citizens may express their views to City Council on issues within the city's jurisdiction. City Council accepts comments by email, providencityutah@gmail.com, and by text 435-752-9441. I should mention we do have minutes written record, which is a summary of the council meeting. But the official record is the audio record, which we do keep. It is available on our city website. So when we do invite people to come up here and speak, we ask them to come up to the podium, speak into the microphone, introduce themselves, give us their name, so that we have a complete record of who spoke and what they spoke about. So if you're interested in speaking, raise your hand. I'll recognize you, ask you to come up and give us your name. So, and one thing I should mention, when we this section of the council meeting, the public comments, we invite questions and comments that are not on the current agenda. And the reason for that is when we get to the agenda items, we here in Providence, we invite the public to comment on those agenda items. So when we go through the public comments, we ask you to bring up issues that are not on the agenda, any other items of importance, any questions you have. So that's the public comment portion. So at this time, I'll invite any member of the public who wants to address the council on any item that's not on the current agenda. Any interest, raise your hand. Don't see any hands raised. All right. So we'll go ahead and move on. Close the public comment portion. We have a public hearing on one item. Item number 2, Providence City fiscal year 2022 budget adjustment. Fiscal year 2022 ends on June 30th of this upcoming year. Providence City Council will open the floor for comments, questions, and discussions regarding Providence City's request to adjust the city's fiscal year-end 2022 budget. I should mention, it is usually quite common that the budget is adjusted at least once during the year. We're about mid-year right now. And I'm going to go ahead and ask Ryan to give us an introduction into the budget adjustment issue. And you had some other things you brought up this morning that you asked us to discuss tonight, having to do with budget adjustments.
Yep, I'll add those to it. So I would like to first show kind of a summary. This is something you've seen before when we do the budgets. Well, there's a lot on here, but
Make it big.
Or can you maybe turn one of the TVs so it can see
Yeah.
the screen? Sorry, my eyes are bad.
good idea.
Yeah. That turns it up.
Does that help?
Good now.
I can zoom in.
Ocean has
Make her wear a hard hat,
I
Rob.
think it's gonna, oh, I'm actually behind it.
I don't know if that's any better.
As Ryan's getting started, I just want to point out that he and the staff received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the second year in a row. And he does a really fantastic job with the budget and making it so that it's accessible to all of us. And I think he should be recognized for the outstanding job that he does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's easier to understand than it was years ago.
I hope so. And you'll find that our budget leads from the master plans, and that's what I'll kind of show you. Just a little overview of what we've accomplished in some of these master plans and why we're maybe ready to do a few other little pieces to this budget and have some amendment. So we have accomplished, and at this point now we've accomplished this downstairs. We've recarpeted that, but this lighter color is an indication of things that were in progress at the time of the agenda was put together. So we finished that. Hopefully you've seen that, and we have finished to acquire the park property. That was on our list of things we wanted to get done this year, and we've accomplished that. Although we went a little over this number in net, we need to amend so that it completes, including the gift amount. So we've also completed sidewalk hazards and some street improvements. So I think everybody's seen the street improvements we've accomplished. And then this is the water portion of that. We completed the storm drain and connection for our year-round water wells. We've completed the purchase of the leaf vacuum. That's the other portion of the water wells piece, and we're well on our way in the construction of the fiber network. So some of the other things as we come along, we've added pollinator garden, at least part of that for Jay's well. We've also added the property for the park and a few signage at Jay's well, so you can see that our improvements there. In our transportation master plan, and it showed that earlier, but just to kind of give you an idea of what's been accomplished inside of that and how that number actually ties back to the plan that you did. You will see almost all of the items in the 2021 to 2025 time horizon. We've accomplished almost all of those items, and some of the items within our 2030 horizon, we've been able to accomplish some of those items. So we've been able to accomplish quite a bit this year in that. On the fleet one, we've ordered the 3 vehicles inside of our budget. The budget amendment will talk about ordering the next 2 years worth. Some of these are from 2006. One of them is from 1988. One's from 1999. And so we have some fairly old equipment that some of that is starting to break down, and we'd like to replace it sooner than later. And where we've accomplished what we have, we're saying, it'd be nice for us to accelerate into some of those needed equipment. And in the vehicle side, we're saying, even if we order now, we may not get it in this fiscal year, but we'd like to be able to have the authority in the budget to be able to order it in this fiscal year. And if it comes, then we're covered. And if it doesn't, then we'll continue to carry that budget into the next year to be able to accomplish that. So that's what we're looking at. And also the sweeper, which is from 2007. And for a sweeper to last that long has been good. But if we can move that needle up, it would be helpful in order to move things along. So anyway, you can see that we're making progress. Our water capital improvement, we have accomplished a few of those. We're well into our tank. The replacement of the water main and some of the services have been accomplished. So we're working on the sewer ones. So anyway, and then the fibers were underway. So that is one that we are working on. I kind of show that to kind of give you a picture of we've accomplished a lot, and we'd like to be able to take on a few of these more. So then I'll just walk you through some of these. This is purchasing of the 5 trucks. A couple of those trucks are having some more major problems than we had previously expected they would. They're not going to last probably the length of time we needed them to in the previous budget, but they were in there. We projected for them. We knew they were coming, but we need to replace it sooner than later. The street sweeper, the Vector truck. So that is all, at that point, those are all things that we've budgeted and shown you. They're projecting the master plan. I'll come back to this one. The park property, we had a budget of 500,000. We actually need to go to 1.72 million because we had a $550,000 grant to help us purchase it. We have another property that we're looking at purchasing. And then we have 2 other properties. We have one under contract and one that we'll talk about a little later. It's on the agenda. But they have also agreed to donate a portion of the value of the property. So anyway, we're trying to accomplish matching those grants and the budget amount inside of there. Sidewalk construction, this is one, I was going to bring in my number, but I'll talk off the top of my head and Rob can correct me if he remembers differently. But we have had over the last year and a half, we have had a firm evaluate all of the sidewalks inside of Providence. We've identified trip hazards throughout, and we identified over 7,000. We have repaired just over 1,000. I think that's actually my notes, but we have, almost 6,000 more to do of trip hazards that we know of. We know where they're at. And we have been on pace to budget at 40,000 a year to kind of just whittle this down. This would allow us to make another sizable jump in getting closer. So that's why this is there. So yes.
So have you looked at all the sidewalk and you've done the whole city and identified 7,000? There's not a part of the city that we still have to look at.
Right.
I was walking down the sidewalk a few weeks ago and I saw little numbers
Right.
on certain cracks.
There
If you
is.
see them, those are those numbers,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we've identified. You'll see every time that there's a lip, there's probably a number. And we have a picture. We have a picture and we have them identified and we have a map for where they're at. It took us over 5 different studies because we studied it in piece so that we afford a study and make sure we're moving it along. But yes, we have identified and had them go to all the sidewalks in the city.
Are they prioritized or are you just gonna take blocks at a time?
You know, we have done it, we've tried to do it based on volume of expected volume. So if it's along a trail route in the master plan, if it fits the trail, we said, well, let's fix those so that we're fixing based on where we expect the highest volume of pedestrian traffic. So yes, prioritized in that manner. So anyway, but that's what that is, kind of move that needle along a little faster and farther. If we were to take and try to replace them all, we're looking at about $350,000. So rather than try to do everything and take it all at once, we're looking at just taking another significant step, but piece and kind of get on top of those sidewalks as we have tried to get on top of the roads and other things. So now that we have the plan and know where the hazard is, we're looking to fix it. So
Are the sidewalks being reevaluated? I know some of those trip hazards were cut, you know, shade, whatever. But there's trees still growing on them.
yeah, and as we get caught up, then we can continue that evaluation process and come back. Now, part of the evaluation is identifying some that are not cuttable, they can't be cut, but they have to be removed and replaced. The company we've used to kind of do this doesn't remove and replace, so we would have to take another project out. We have identified those separately, and that would be another large project of remove and replace, but we are looking at that as well. So, but this doesn't get to that level. That'll be another project as we get closer to this thing. Just eating this elephant one bite at a time.
Subject to the sidewalk on the equipment, is there any resale value in the equipment and how would that be put back in the budget?
So it comes back as a revenue, but it doesn't offset the expense. So we still have the expense and we have to budget the expense side, but it would come as a gain on sale of asset. So it does come back in and we put it back into our funds if we have a sellable value. Some of these are probably don't have much of a sellable value. So Rob, would you agree? There's some that don't have much of a sellable value.
Yeah, 2 or 3, but there's a couple there that will have some back in the paper.
So, but anyway, but yes, we'll. Next one is the green waste. Approximately 20,000, was a little less than that, but about 20,000 to clean up the branches. And so that's what this was. We had the emergency of fixing it and solving that issue, and we dug in and I think everybody worked together to do that. I think in the end it was a good thing, but we need to come back and add cost to the budget to cover that expense. And so anyway, that's one of those. The COG grant fund, that's a grant. We received it. We've accepted the grant. It'll help us build it. But because of unsurety of grants, we don't generally budget for them. We come back and do just what we're doing is adding them back when we have a surety that they're there. So, and that's what we're doing. We're adding that because we figure we'll have that bid out this January, February, and get it constructed, hopefully started before July 1st. So because of that, and as we do that, we're looking to say, hey, you know, now that we didn't have to spend the money we had set aside to build 100 South, we can now utilize that funds in other areas. And so we've put $500,000 towards that. That would be towards the chip seal overlay or HA5 that we decide that we need to do. And Rob and I will work on streets and prioritize of which ones go But that gives us the help in our maintenance and continue with that. So, and one more, and then I'll come back to the first one, or the third one, fourth one, I guess. So water master plan. We had a grant for half the project, and we included the meter inside of that grant. And the budget for that from the engineer at the time was about 20,000. After it was designed and discovered the complexity and some of those other pieces, and the costs rising with the shortages of stuff and the supply chain, that cost has gone up. And so the 64,000 matches up to what that bid amount was. We bid it in full transparency there. We have installed that meter. We needed to install it before the winter so we could continue the master plan process. We've agreed to do that with our agreement with Spring Creek. We've agreed to do it with our commitments with our grant. But full transparency, we've incurred the cost. So it's a ask for forgiveness at this point because we needed to move this project forward. So we'll accept and apologize for our emergency on that one. Just as the green waste, it became what we had to do. So any questions up to that one before we come back to wages? Okay, so wages, at this point, we have seen large amounts of inflation. I think what I saw on LeGrand Johnson's just today said they've seen costs rising and inflation for their materials and labor rising the highest it has since the 1970s, right, Rob? Is that what it said? Yeah. So we're trying to keep and maintain our talent. And we have lost treasurer to another job. Just in the last 2 weeks, we've lost a receptionist, and now we're losing our stormwater. And so at this point, I was coming to maybe mitigate the inflation a little bit. We did a raise in July 1st. This would be a second one. But in light of those things, and in light of our salary survey that we did, I'm looking for a little bit more in that realm and asking to go from the 2% to 8%, and an additional ability on 5% for market adjustments for those that are positions that our specific need to modify so that we don't lose. And so we'll target those ones specifically to try to make sure that they're within the market and we don't lose good help, because it's hard to train those. So that is a modification at this point to kind of add that, to add a little extra, because this probably isn't going to get us all the way there. But we do have our market study. We are trying to be in line with that. We have taken it in steps. Our first step was to bring people to the bottom 25, and most of our staff is not to the median, so they're not to the 50 percentile yet. And so we're trying to move and shift to the 50 percentile.
Right, if I may ask, our stormwater technician, whatever the title is, who did we lose her to?
Cache County,
Cache County.
correct. Similar position.
So last night I was at the Cache County Council meeting, and the county was talking about giving pay raises to not just elected officials, but other staff. And so it's been an ongoing discussion. Are we paying people enough to keep them? Or are we not doing enough? Are we going to risk losing them? And we're kind of in a bidding war with other government entities here. And
Usually you don't get in bidding wars with government entities. Usually it's consistent, but with the amount of inflation that's going on and all of that that's happening, this is This is fairly unusual. This is the first time I would ask for this kind of an increase to bring us back so that we're not losing more staff. It's tough. So that brings me to the wrap up. That is what is entailed in the budget adjustments and from start to finish. So if you have questions or the public has questions, I'm more than willing to take those. And so. I'm good.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. So the council will be discussing and deciding to vote on this. Possibly some modifications. It's the next agenda item. So this is a public hearing, so we're inviting members of the audience to comment on the budget adjustments that are proposed. And so you're welcome to come up here and give us your feedback. Raise your hand if you're interested. I guess nobody's here for the budget. So, all right. So I'll go ahead and close our public hearing. Seeing that we have no comments. I'm sorry, Scarlett, do we have any come in by text or email?
Let me check really quick. We didn't 5 minutes ago, but nope, no comments.
Okay.
And we didn't have any for the public comment portion either.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearings. Item number 2 and move on. Welcome. By the way, I want to mention my wife is here. She's never been to a city council meeting. I'm watching her roll her eyes. She just,
I think she's running for council.
We have some of our Grandview neighbors are here in the audience and here. But she may go ahead and move. Pastor Robert may want to leave early. I know some people wanted to talk to him after. I don't know if you want to stay or stay around. Or
Well, I'm good.
you're good. Okay, she may go home.
He may not say that in a few hours.
Other than that,
He'll remember all
first
of
thing I've
it,
been to.
believe me. So, all right, let's move on. Item number 3, resolution 036/2021, Providence City fiscal year ending 2022 budget adjustments. Providence City Council will review, discuss, may take action on a resolution adjusting the city's fiscal year end 2022 budget. Any further discussion, questions for Ryan?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 036-2001 for the city to open the budget and to make adjustments.
all right, motion from council member Spath. I have a second from council member Carlson without any further discussion. Can I call for a vote?
Just a clarification before you do. One, because the presentation was at 2, the ask is it 8 and the additional 5. The motion probably needs to include if we want to add that piece because it is a change from the presentation. Does that make sense?
So the motion would need to ask to.
Any modifications you want to make to that budget, right?
In light of the discussion, I would like to make a motion that we go to the 8% just because when we train people and there's competition for them, then we lose every time. I would like to see us be able to train people and hang on to people to do the work that we need. Other cities benefit when we train them and they head over and do something else for somebody else. So my motion would be amended then to include the 8%.
Amended motion.
Yeah, and I second that. We saw 6.2% inflation last year. So I hope we have enough there to retain people.
If
And
we have more than that.
the rest of the budget is solid. So it's really, really good. So I wholeheartedly second that again.
Have a modified motion and a second. Can I call for a vote?
And one other clarification I can.
Ryan, you can only do that once.
What did we miss?
I just want to make sure that I've clarified because I've presented. I just want to clarify what you want done with mine because mine is special and approved solely by you. So I want to make sure that is the range so that I have not misunderstood and there's total transparency. I'm fine with nothing. I'm fine with anything, but I wanted to make sure that because of your ordinances, I list mine specifically. And so a budget amendment to mine needs to, what's that? It would be proposed across the board, but because mine comes as a direct one differently as a contract change, it probably has to be spelled out differently. I apologize.
Accept the 8.
Sidebar just for 1 second. June, the recorder and treasurer will be getting those increases because we do have to make those comments.
Yes, agreed that at this point as presented, as presented, it would be across the board. But for total transparency, because we report on the budget of those numbers for the city manager, recorder, and treasurer, it would be nice to make sure that that's what you want to do with those positions because they're appointed, they're a little different. We need to make sure that they're called out.
I have no concerns with that across the
And
board.
neither do I, because I feel like, okay. You read the staff. You have
Including Ryan.
prime work to do. and
Yeah,
we need
I would like to see it across the board, including Ryan.
Right. I
So the
agree.
motion stands. We've got a motion and a second.
I just felt it was good to clarify so that we didn't get to that. Anyway, thank you. Sorry. Now I'm done. I'm done.
All right, so we have one modification, it's the 8%, it's across the board, with no exception, and that's where we're at, we good? All right, anything else? Council, I call for a vote?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and move on. Audit presentation and review, auditors from Acock, Miles and Associates, CPAs, will present to the city council their findings and recommendations for their audit. This is for the fiscal year ended June 2021. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on improving the city's annual audit review. We have someone from Acock, Miles.
He is here on with us. This is the managing
Oh.
partner of Acock and Miles.
All right.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks for letting me join your meeting this way. This is nice. Do you want me to just go ahead and start, Ryan?
Yes, go ahead and start.
All right. You're anxiously waiting. Okay. Does everybody have a copy of the audit in front of them?
But if you can walk it through it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start on page 18. I'll just deal with the governmental funds, which are the most applicable regarding, your budget and how you operate.
You want to share that to your screen?
What's that again?
You want to share it to your screen?
Oh, I'm at home, Ryan. I'm sorry. I don't have the PDF.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Okay. Let me know when you get it up.
See? Okay. I'll pull it up so that at that point, as he walks through, the public can see it.
Oh, so I won't be able to see it, but they can. Okay.
Well, I might be able to show it that way. I'll let you see it, sure.
Well, I don't care, just as long as it's going. So,
All right, can you see it?
yeah, that looks good.
Great. Tell me what number to go to and then I'll move there.
The page 18, not the PDF page, but the page on the bottom, the document page. Yeah, so 2 more pages. Awesome. You may want to make it full screen. Okay. Well, just want to highlight there in the total assets, the financial condition or the financial position of the town really improved quite a bit during the fiscal year. Like I said, these are dated through June 30. If you look at the cash and restricted cash, it's nearly $6.5 million for the general fund and the capital projects fund. So the general fund is responsible for roads, parks, and everything like that, everything except the water, sewer, stormwater, and the fiber optic. Last year at this time, at June 30, there was $5,057,000, and this year it's climbed to nearly $6.5 million, so about a $1.5 million increase. So a substantial improvement in that regard. And the liabilities towards the middle of page 18, it reflects the accounts payable where the city owes various vendors, quite small and very routine, just under $250,000. And then deferred inflow for property taxes, which means it's the property taxes for your assessment year, but are not collected within a 60-day period. So we have to disclose that. So scrolling to the bottom, the fund balances, the restricted fund balances generally for impact fees. In the prior year, there was about $1.1 million of restricted impact fees and perpetual care money. And this year that's climbed to just over 1.8 million. So the substantial growth that the city has experienced has led to a big increase in those restricted impact fees, particularly the parks. And then we had a conversation with Ryan. He said that the city bought a park, and so that was going to change next year. So all in all, a heck of an improvement to the assets of the town. Let's jump to page 19. Total revenues were nearly $5.8 million. The general fund, there was about $203,000 in the capital projects fund. Scrolling down to the expenses, about $4.3 million. And these are summarized in those 6 categories: general government, public safety, highways, parks, and cemeteries. So about $4.3 million in the general fund. There was some construction activity in the capital projects fund of about $570,000 for total operating expenses of about $4.8 million. So that left an excess of cash in the general fund of about $1.4 million. There was a deficit, which happens in capital projects fund as projects ebb and flow based on need. So they expended $367,000 more than what their revenues were. So they tapped into some savings. But there in that bottom third section, other financing sources, the general fund collected $539,000 of impact fees. So that's added to the net income, and then it transferred about $1.7 million over to the capital projects fund. That's necessary to stay in compliance for general fund compliance limitations that the state has. And so there was a transfer over to the capital projects fund. And so all in all, if you look in the third row from the bottom, that right-hand column, those two funds combined, there was a net change in fund balance of 1.6 million and change. So pretty nice surplus. 1.6 million on operating expenses of about 4.8 million. That's a heck of a good percentage of surplus there. Any questions to this point? Let's jump to page 22. Just to highlight, this is the 4 enterprise funds that the community has: the water fund, the wastewater, stormwater, and the fiber. Cash at the end of the year for the culinary water was about 7.3 million, nearly 4 million in the wastewater fund, and about 411,000 in the stormwater fund. We'll talk about cash flow in a few minutes, so I don't want to spend too much time on that. Current liabilities in the middle of the page. So on about 7.3 million in cash, the water fund had current liabilities of about 628,000. The wastewater had current liabilities of about 195,000. And the stormwater had very little liabilities of 229. The fiber optic, at the end of the year, it owed Strata Networks for some construction that had commenced and just hadn't been paid yet of 188,000. And then there was some accrued interest on the big fiber optic revenue bonds. Non-current liabilities, which was new to the water fund. There was 1,937,000 this year, and that was because of that new bond that was borrowed for the water project. So that's a highlight. And then over on the fiber optic fund column, second from the right, there are the bonds there, the borrowings of 7,750,000. And those loan payments start, I believe, in a couple of years. All in all, total liabilities, if you look at that total liability section and compare that to current assets, so it's on, you're gonna have to be, so it's not visible on the screen, but total liabilities in the water fund were just under 2.6 million. And current assets, cash and receivables was just over 7.4 million. So you have more cash, you have nearly about 3 times cash and receivables than what you have in total debt. So the financial strength of the water fund is excellent. Similar ratios for the wastewater fund, total liabilities of about 220,000 compared to about 4.1 million in cash. The stormwater fund, it had total liabilities of about 26,000 compared to 400,000 in cash. So obviously the fiber optic network fund that was just created this summer is a little bit different story because it hasn't begun operations yet. And so it just reflects its total debt there. So all in all, these funds improved their own financial condition, as we'll see on the next page, page 23. Let's scroll down towards the bottom. We can see the revenues and the expenses. Go ahead. Was there a question? I'm sorry.
On the fiber fund, can you help me understand what that is?
The 17,000?
Yeah.
Okay, that we identified the S&P Standard & Poor's had been paid twice for their bond, for your bond rating or for your credit rating. The town paid it in March, the city. The city paid it in March, and then Zion's Bank paid it again in May. And we identified that, and we talked to Ryan, and they reached out to S&P, and they said, yeah, we've got a credit here for you, and we'll send that back to you. So that's what that receivable is. I'm optimistic that they would have sent that money to you without being asked for it, but I really don't know. Did that answer that? Okay. Any other questions?
Looks like you keep going.
Okay, page 23. So scroll up a little bit so we can see the net income lines, Ryan, if that's okay. Or maybe they're visible on your end and not on my end. So cool. So here are the the revenues and the expenses of these 4 funds. We can see there at the bottom line, the 3rd row from the bottom. I just want to summarize. The net income of the water fund was just over $1.1 million. So it's operating at a substantial profit. The wastewater fund had a surplus of 163,641. The stormwater had a smaller net income of 31,000, and the fiber optic fund had a net income of 41,000. The 41,000 of income in the fiber optic fund was a result of the premiums issued. So up in that non-operating income section, there was bond premiums received of $216,173, and that's because the bonds interest rates were higher than what the market rate was. And so the city was paid a premium on their sale of bonds. And those exceeded what the accrued interest was and the bond issuance costs was. So the attorneys and Zions Bank and S&P, their bond issuance cost to borrow that money was $147,726. So it's a good line of work, it looks like. And then there was some interest income on the escrow account. So that's why the fiber optic fund has a small net income this year. Moving on to the next page, it's the cash flow statement, which is very important to analyze for the enterprise funds, which are these 4 funds. It's important that the top section, the cash flow from operations, that operating income is enough to make your annual loan payments and to pay for construction projects without borrowing. So the water fund, its operating cash flow is just almost 1.2 million. Its annual debt service is quite small, so it operates at quite a surplus. The wastewater fund had an operating surplus of 419,000, and it does not have any debt, and so it's more than enough to accumulate resources for future projects. And the stormwater fund, 43,000, and then it did purchase some assets, as we'll talk later. So those funds accumulate quite a bit of resources. There was no activity in the second section, but in the third section, cash flows from capital and related financing activities. It did have some cash inflow from impact fees, nearly 198,000 in the water fund. It received its bonds, 1,937,000, and then it bought some equipment, and then it made its annual loan payment of $55,000 and some interest expense. So if you ignore the bond issuance and just look at the outflow, the operating activities of almost 1.2 million was more than adequate to cover the purchase of equipment and the annual loan payment. So it's nice to see the water fund operating in the black so it can finance its own constructions, projects that aren't significantly large that require bonding. So if you go to the bottom, the third row from the bottom, on the water fund, its net increase in cash was nearly 3.2 million. Now almost 2 million of that was the bonds that was received. And so you take away that and you're looking at an increase of about 3.2 minus 2 is 1.2. So it increased cash about 1.2, $1.3 million. So a nice increase there. The wastewater fund, it had an increase of cash of about 450,000. It did receive a small grant for a little project. The stormwater fund, it purchased some equipment and some assets, and so it did decrease in cash by about 25,000. And then the fiber optic fund, with the sale of the bonds, its cash increased just over 7.8 million. So all these funds operated in the black and more than enough cash flow to finance their debt service and their own construction within limits. So let's jump to page, we're going to scoot along now. Page 36. Here we are. So this reflects the capital asset activity of the city for just the roads, parks, and other things, not water, sewer, wastewater, anything like that. So there was some construction in progress and some equipment purchase. There was playground purchase for about 52,000. There were some park improvements for about 22,000, some smaller equipment items for about 33,000. There was 2 trucks. One was a lot bigger than the other. There was a truck purchase for 37,000 and a Mack truck for 108,000. So that summarizes the capital asset activity on that page. Let's jump to the next page, guys. This is the capital asset activity for the water, sewer, water, wastewater, stormwater, and other things. There was the ongoing water project. It was 484,000 was expended on that. And then the beginnings of the fiber optic project, there was 188,000 of capital asset activity regarding the fiber optic fund. So that summarizes the changes there. Jumping to page 38. This is the, and I remember you guys warning me last year, you nearly were debt-free until this year. So at the beginning of the year, there was 219,000 of debt. And then there was the water bond that was issued, 1,990,000. And then the fiber optic franchise and sales tax revenue bonds for just nearly 7.8 million. So that was the the long-term debt activity. There's a 5-year schedule and then 5-year groupings thereafter. So 2022 is principal payments of 164,000. And then that the 2001 water revenue bond will be paid. And then the debt service drops to 54,000 and 55,000 for the next 2 years. And then in 2025, the hope is that the fiber optic system will be up and running and generating revenues. And so that loan kicks in, and that payment is that brings the 2 existing loans up to $295,000 a year. And then that grows incrementally each year after that. So that's the debt service that y'all have to look forward to. That concludes my presentation. There's a lot of pages that you can scan through. The impact fee right there on page 39 down, Brian's got it highlighted, are the impact fees that have accumulated over the years, a substantial increase over the prior year. It's a really good experience to come out to Providence. They treat us really, really well. And the records are organized, and Tyler and Angie and Ryan, they all were attentive, and we got everything we needed so we could do a timely audit. It took a while to get the information from the software company, but once we did, we got after it and were able to complete that. There were no findings. If there were any findings, they'd be on the last page. So if you went to the last page, you wouldn't find anything. There's no findings. So that's good news. So we did recommend a little bit of maintenance on the chart of accounts, and we talked to Ryan about that. Maybe some consistency in the department account numbering system, and some capital outlay accounts in each department linked to the fixed asset system. And so that's a recommendation that we had for the years. Any questions?
I've got a couple comments. First of all, this has come up in prior years. We have enterprise funds that generate positive cash flow. And the reason generate positive cash flow, which is above and beyond actual operating expenses, is as a city, we are setting aside reserve funds over time to eventually replace what's in the ground. Let's take an example. We have a water pipe. We have current ratepayers that are paying for the eventual replacement of that water pipe. It might have a 50-year life. It might have a 70-year life, or whatever. So when we replace that old pipe in the ground, we have accumulated enough, and enough funds are set aside. And we do accumulate funds in that bank account for that purpose. So when you eventually reach that point where Rob and his crew have said that pipe needs to be replaced, we hire a contractor, come in and replace those pipelines. We have the funds in the bank. In the past, we've had some interest in spending the reserve funds that were in these enterprise funds, but we do set them aside for a good reason, so that future residents in Providence, when those pipes eventually fail, don't find themselves having to scramble to come up with the funds that to replace pipe that was used by in past 50 years by previous residents of the city. That's how that works. Enterprise funds, we set aside reserves in cash. That's a normal occurrence. The other thing is, I want to mention, when the accountants do an audit, their purpose is to make sure that what is stated is accurate and correct. The balances are in the right accounts. Funds are classified in the right place. It's not passing judgment on how those funds were spent, whether they were spent appropriately, efficiently. It's merely a statement that says, this is the position of the city. These are where the funds were spent. Here's where the revenues were generated from.
Excellent.
That's my annual speech that I give at the council, so.
We're gonna miss it.
My apologies if I led you to believe I didn't think that was inappropriate to have cash reserves. Sorry.
Until I have to ask Ryan how some of this stuff works, because it's pretty complex. If I find it complex, I guarantee you the residents here and the council here are in the fog as well. It's pretty complicated government accounting. It's not just nuts and bolts, just like a regular private enterprise.
I would point, you talk about reserves, if you mind, you look at these, let's look at the water capital. We're looking that we would need, and we've already identified the need for various projects. And over a period of time, we have $7.5 million worth. So we have, what was it, about $3-4 million that we have in fund balance, and we're showing over the length of time we already are aware of projects that exceed that number, even if we continue to save at the pace we did. And then as we do these projects, we'd have more to go. But we've already identified $7.5 million in projects in the water fund. You look at the sewer fund, and we've already identified $6.4 million of projects that we need to accomplish. So you're right, Mayor, to your point, you just watch the master plan and identify that reserve balance, and that's where that reserve balance goes to eventually, is some of these projects.
Meet our needs that we know is, up to the line in the side of the highway down to 10th West. Are we, the water fund seems to be pretty healthy. I worry about that sewer fund.
I don't necessarily worry about the sewer as much as I do the stormwater. You noticed we lost a spot in stormwater. Cash wise, we're negative cash in it. So we have less of a cash balance in the stormwater than we did a year ago. And that stormwater, that fee is low and it's not generating that. Now we don't have a master plan for it to kind of have a litmus test to, but the sewer one, it does grow some, and we do have impact fees that have been passed now, enacted. That was the word I was looking for. We do have that will help build that balance faster. It will be in a capital. It will go towards capital expenses. That outfall line, a lot of that will come from impact fees. We'll pay into that. So that will help us, and you've done that, but we haven't seen the results of that yet in our financials.
The reason why you want to fill in line, we had to wait 90 days before we could start. So we just started in October.
Right, and we didn't enact it until after this budget year. So, but yes, then we had to wait 90 days after the enactment. So we're just starting that, but this budget year doesn't reflect even the passing of that impact fee. So.
Right, we're working towards the goal of approving the audit, because I think that's the
Correct, you're
discussion,
right.
is just approve the audit, not discuss the budget.
No,
Because
you're right.
can't do anything about that
You're right.
at this point in time. Just one related question though, how long has this firm been doing our audit? I just know from our fraud risk assessment, they recommend no more than 5 years for a firm. This is
This is their second year.
This is second year.
Any further questions? Questions from the audience? Everybody understand it? So, all right, can I call for a motion? Do we need a motion on this?
Make a motion that we approve the audit by Miles Haycock. Haycock Miles Associates.
Motion from Councilmember Sealy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Councilmember Paulson. Further discussion, questions? If not, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, fraud risk assessment. Providence City Council will review, discuss, may take action on improving results of city's fraud risk assessment. Ryan, give us a summary of.
Absolutely. So each year, the state auditor requires us to, this is going to come up. All right, well, that's fun.
I just didn't want you to try several times a day.
My son says he's clearly stopped responding.
Well, that's going to be fun. We're in a great fraud risk. It's we have one of the top scores and top being good. So we have an A in the ratings, and sometimes we are used as a prime example of what the state auditor likes. We kind of brown nosed a little bit there, and so. So I'll see if I can't find it, and if not, we'll come back to it. Like it. So
I can't get it to load here.
all right, well, that's fun.
Have
you all seen it?
With the table and all the checks.
Yes,
That was the one we were missing.
Right.
I
So
always feel comfortable moving forward if we've all looked at it.
Yeah.
So can I make a motion?
Can you give us a summary real quick?
I can. So it itemizes out items that reduce the fraud risk. So some of those would be having a CPA on staff, having a staff member that has more than 40 hours of training in a year in accounting. It includes having a audit committee, having personnel policies that are in line with the recommendations of the state auditor. We've gone through all of those and adopted those policies and implemented them. At this point, it is a summary of various recommendations, and we go down the list, and it gives certain points for being able to accomplish certain things. And like I said, we've scored 355 out of 375, I think. So at that point, we missed 20 points in it. And we probably have those 20 points. I've gotten certificates for most of you, but not all. And so because we didn't get them all. But that training is part of that. The state auditor's budget training is part of that fraud risk assessment. Having a hotline. So we have a fraud hotline that anybody of our staff, if they see fraud, they can report fraud anonymously if they want. It is trying to make sure that our risk of anything happening to the residents' funds is protected, and we want to make sure that we are well managed and reduce as much risk as we can, and that's what that is. So anyway, I apologize it doesn't come up, but
So I can't pull up the city web webpage either, so there must be something that's.
It must be
Anyway,
something.
I
So
just tried to go to the homepage and it wouldn't come up, so. But it is on the, it's on the city webpage for residents to access and view.
Now, can I make a motion?
We ready, Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready.
I make a motion that we approve the fraud risk assessment.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the fraud risk assessment from Councilmember Egg. Do I have a second? Second from Councilmember Kirk. Questions, further questions of Ryan? I call for a vote. All in favor?
I,
Any opposed?
no, I was finally able to get it. See,
You finally get it? Yeah. All right, so this is on the city web page for anyone who wishes to do this.
and it's reported to the state transparency, and anybody that would like to review it is happy to. Should come up in their agendas, and we apologize that way. So, you'll see low risk up greater than 355, and we're at 375. We're doing well. If you have done your training, if you turn that in, because that's one of the only things we have left to collect.
Perfect score.
So, well, we could. I think perfect score is within range.
All right, very
Have
good.
you told the people who haven't turned theirs in?
I don't call it out specifically. I've gotten yours.
Yeah, okay, great.
I wasn't calling out anybody at this point. I just,
All right, we move on. All right, land use items. Items 6, 7, and 8. Item number 6, ordinance 2021 020, parcel number 02 101 0001 rezone. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on a request to rezone parcel 02 101 0001, a property in the general area of Sarah Street and 300 North, currently zoned as single family large, which is roughly half acre, with request that it be rezoned to single family traditional, which is roughly a quarter of an acre. This was brought before the Planning Commission on December 1st, with all members voting to recommend to the City Council they approve this rezone request. Scarlett.
So I'm just going to kind of go over some of the differences between the two zones. They're actually quite similar. And if you had a chance to look at the rezone analysis, it includes a page on our use chart. That's page 609 in the analysis. And it compares just the single family large and the single family traditional. And as you look through those uses, you can see that they're very, very, very similar. About the only one that's different is in single family large, someone could operate a veterinarian business as a home business. They'd have to go through the appropriate steps and everything. It would be a conditional use, but that might be the only difference between the two. And then when we get down into the next grouping, it's starts on page 9, the last page. And this talks about the differences in the two as far as size and area requirements. The minimum lot size in the single family large, it's approximately a half acre, just a little bit less than a half acre, but for all intents and purposes, that's our idea, because the net units, or the units per net acre, would be 2.13. So you're basically talking 2 units per acre. In the single family traditional, the minimum square footage is 12,000. Another difference that sorry, I skipped is the minimum lot width measured at the setback line, because if you were in a cul-de-sac or on a curve, sometimes you're going to have a narrower lot width at the front. They wouldn't be able to meet, we wouldn't be able to do cul-de-sacs because you'd only have one house on it because of if they had to meet the 100 width right at the street line. So it's back at the setback line. It's 100 feet wide is the minimum lot width at the setback line. In the traditional, it's 95. Now in the units per net acre, and per net acre means that we take out any right of way, public parks, that type of thing. They can't count those towards their density credit. And so they can count them towards easements and things towards their lot sizes, but they can't count it towards their density credit. So in single family traditional, then they're more like quarter acre, not quite quarter, but I mean, just a little bit more than quarter acre. And you can get 3.75 units per net acre in traditional. So you can get 1.5 more units roughly per acre, moving to the traditional from the single family large. When it comes to the setbacks, everything is identical between the two zones. And when it comes to the height, again, everything is identical, and fences, everything's identical on. So the biggest, really the big difference is the density, the size of the lot and the density. Now, if you look at our single family, the other thing that is important to understand in single family large, we have what is called flexible lot sizing, and that allows a certain percentage of the lots to be less than the 20,500, but no lot can be less than 12,000. In the single family traditional, they can do some averaging with the lot width, but no lot can be less than 12,000. And in neither case can that increase the density. So you could have if you're in an area that has sensitive areas in it, hazard slope, things like that, you can have, I hesitate to say the percentage, but I think it's 30% of your lots can be less than the 20,500 in the single family large, but none can be less than 12,000. And they can reduce the width in single family large too, but none can reduce the width less than 80 feet. So that even if they do a reduced width, it still has to be 80 feet. So even in single family large, a lot of times you will start looking at individual lot sizes, and you will find that in single family large, you'll find acre lots. You'll find 12,000 square foot lots in the same development, depending on the way the layout of the topography is on the ground. In single family traditional, you could find bigger lots as well, but the minimum lot size is 12,000. You don't get to reduce on that. So that's kind of one thing to keep in mind, that if you stay with single family large, and I'm not going one way or the other, I just want the public to understand that if you stay with single family large, there still is the option for the developer to be able to downsize a few of those lots so that they can utilize roads and things like that better. So we don't have funky little twists and weird shaped lots just to meet minimums. They can make good usable lots and practical streets. So questions, concerns?
What again was about 1 point what on the lot size that you gained by downsizing to single family tradition, 1 point, you said?
It's about 1.5,
About 1.5.
because you go from 2.13 to 3.75, so just about 1.5.
How many acres does this parcel entail?
Oh, I can't
Anybody know?
remember.
52.33.
It's what?
52.3.
That sound right?
That's Brent Skinner. He's on the development team, so. Yeah, sounds right. At a rezone, we don't always get a concept, but they did give us one to kind of look at, and even with the request in the downsize, I want to say their density is still less than the 3.75. It's somewhere between 2.13 and 3.75, but they're not right at the 3.75.
Actually less than the
2.13. That's what I was thinking.
It's 1.85 actually.
Because
We're not even-
you're doing like 92 lots or something.
97.
97.
Can you say how many, what did you say the actual average, like the buildable number of acres would be?
Oh, I don't know that. I just know the total piece is 52. At this point in time, since we don't review concepts in detail because we don't know what zone to review them at, we don't go into that to subtract out the lots from the streets and any public dedicated right away or anything like that. So I don't know what the net area is, but I do know that based on what they were looking at, they're the only reason really is to utilize some of the configuration a little bit with some of those smaller lots. But I haven't done the averaging, but I think the average is about 15,000 square feet if the plan that they submitted ends up how it could be. And based on the road configuration and everything, I don't see them deviating a whole bunch from the concept they've submitted, but
So that's a little bit more than a third of an acre. Lot size, the
a
average,
little bit.
if it's 15.
Yeah, but that could change some if they did some things with public park dedication or things like that. That might change their density amount just a little bit, because that would have to be subtracted out of the acreage. It probably wouldn't give them any more houses, but it would change if we had to subtract more out of the gross density. If we had to subtract more out of that, the same number of houses would actually look like a higher density, even though you're still getting the same number of houses. So
you're saying if they dedicate public land, they get higher density?
no, but they can't go above 3.75 anyway. But if they are at 1.78 right now, and they decided to dedicate some public land, the same number of houses, because the public land has to be subtracted out of the net acreage. So the same 95 or 97 houses, that would bump that from 1.78 to 2.52 or something, depending on how much they dedicated. But so sometimes that density is a little bit misleading, because you're not necessarily, you're decreasing the available acreage to count the density. You're not decreasing the overall acreage, and you're not increasing the housing count. But if you decrease the available acreage for density, you'll get a bump there. So, and since we haven't seen anything, I don't want somebody, if we come back in and they're at 2.5 units per net acre instead of 1.78, I don't want anybody to be frustrated, because if you do change the rezone, they could go up to 3.75. So. Did I muddy the water, or does that make sense?
Council, we have representative of the petitioner here.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
The only thing that I do feel like I need to say is, from a point of staff, either development would be an acceptable development because there's lots of single-family traditional in the area. But the general plan does call that this area would stay single-family large. So just have to point that little reminder out. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. We have a representative, the petitioner here to answer questions. Kathleen, our planning commission chair, is here to answer questions about the discussion that the planning commission members had. Their vote was unanimous in favor of recommending the council approve the rezone from single family large to single family traditional.
Mayor, I'm just wondering, I watched the planning commission thing, I'm suspecting other council members did as well. Everyone's nodding, so I don't know if it's a good use of time to go ahead and rehash everything that was done in planning and zoning. I think we've all watched it, so the recording. Just a
That's
recommendation.
fine. And I was there, but oftentimes we do that for the benefit of the audience, which is not just the people here, but the residents who are watching on YouTube, watching it on replay.
Well,
So
and
we can do that if you choose, but that's normally what we do. Go ahead.
so I listened to the planning commission meeting. And the commission didn't have a lot of discussion. They listened and they voted, but didn't talk much about these. And what I'm looking for is a really compelling reason to go against the master plan. And I recognize that Utah is in a housing crisis, but we also have approved a whole lot of units that are coming in the next couple of years that do go with the master plan. And so I just, if the developer or his representative wants to speak, to give something that's so compelling that is beyond the housing crisis, because we're doing our part on that. Besides price of the lot, because I think that the lots are just going to be expensive, whether they're big or small, they're going to be a whole lot. And the citizens of Providence have spoken really loudly in their desire to not overbuild. And so they elected us, and we need to represent that. And so those are the things I've been thinking about this week with these rezone requests.
Yeah, and I would just add, since I've been here, when the general plan was shortly completed, I think after we started, we passed that. I believe we have approved every single rezone request that was different to the general plan since we've been here. I think they've all been approved. I've only voted for one, and I remember the one that I did. But we went through the process of the general plan. So with the goal or the intent of following it, not the prior planning and zoning commission. I was on the planning and zoning commission. I think almost all those members have changed over, but we went through the general plan. So I feel the same way. I'm looking for, as I've stated before, when deviating from the general plan, a compelling reason why to do so. We went through a lot of work for that. It helps me guide my decision and make it easy.
Well, and it helps home buyers when they buy something to have a general idea of what that field next to them is going to be. And so I feel like we need to be integritous to that as much as we possibly can.
Well, and if Kathleen has something to say, I would still like to hear from her. If you think that we missed something from the planning and zoning, and maybe not, but I don't think it just takes a few minutes to hear from Kathleen, and she was there and might have some insight on it.
I'm now a has-been because I'm not chair anymore. But I will speak to it because I was chair during the meeting. I can't tell you that I can give you a rip roaring compelling reason for changing, other than single family traditional does match everything else that's in that area. And the governor has asked us if we would help with the housing shortage and do our part to help put more homes in there, which helps with the expense of the homes. The more supply that we have, the less expensive the homes are. And so I don't know if you consider that a big compelling reason, but in my mind, as I look at my grandchildren who are looking for places to buy and can't find them, and for our school teachers and our police and fire people who would like to buy homes in this area and are not able to do it. If we do our part and help put more homes on the market, then hopefully that will help drive the price down. Supply drives demand and price. So depends on how you feel about whether that's that compelling or not.
So, and I emailed you guys about what was available in Providence. So today there's one extra home. Remember I told you there was only one single family home for sale in Providence.
5 million.
It was 5 million, well, 4.9.
Oh,
There
only
is
4.9.
another home now, and it's 1.8 million. So,
That previously would have been how much? Do you have any idea how much that home
I
would have
haven't
sold?
looked close enough at it. I looked at the
Okay.
price. It's over in that area. It's over in by your house. Anyway. I appreciate, half acre lots are fine, or, I think the developer has done a good job up there. I think it's an asset to our community, that end of town. I often have this thought, and I'm saying these things because it's been on my mind, and I can because it's my last meeting. People, and especially in Providence, we have a mentality of eliteness. I feel like that we don't want other people living here. We want to live here, but then we don't want anyone else to live here. To some extent, not everyone, but there's a group that's very loud, that's very much like that. And I think about Brigham Young. What if he said, we're only going to take the first 10,000 people. The rest of you can stay out. So anyway, I don't know. I still think it's a gray area. The developer has done a good job over there. There are a lot of quarter acre lots. I'm sure that they won't do all smaller lots, especially with the slopes. So anyway, that's
So
kind of just
The one issue that gave me pause was the compelling reason I've waited in my mind was just water use was the one that I paused to think about, because we do use the most water on landscape. I mean, by a large portion. And so my thought was, depending on how these are landscaped and what our water situation might look like, do we want to be considering that? So I just want you to know, I've tried to weigh the issues. That's the one that gave
I
me
had the
pause.
exact same thought, Josh, as I was looking over everything and thinking of compelling reasons. And it's exactly right. The larger lots, and I think some of these will be larger lots. Developments are better if there is a variety. I mean, there's got to be some larger lots and some smaller lots, and especially on these hillside developments that we're talking about. But I look at the half acre lots on 10th South that are still not landscaped because they can't afford it. And you know what I'm talking about,
There's a
right?
market
They're half acre
problem.
lots. And even up into that same subdivision where they're half acre lots, they can't afford to landscape them. So just keep that in mind.
If they don't landscape them, they don't use a lot of water.
Good point, but they look.
That's true. So you just negated my point.
But they're full of weeds and they're a
We got
hazard.
that nuisance ordinance.
I know
That could be a
people,
revenue stream.
I know people in large lots that have $400 water bills. Brent, did you have anything you wanted?
Well, I have mixed emotions about the rezoning this. My biggest concern is that even in the last X number of months, the landscape of what the building market has changed. These people that put in the infrastructure, their costs are going up really fast. And I look at what they have to put in for the return. I wish there was a correlation between downsizing the lots and downsizing the price. I would really like to see that, but I'm not sure that happens.
Well, it's market driven. And just as an example, I bought a house on Main Street a year ago. And I paid $230,000 for it, which was a screaming deal price. But do you know that house was built in 1957 and probably cost $10,000 to build? Maybe $12,000.
Well, but Brent, there is,
So it doesn't have anything to do with what it costs to build. It has to do with the market.
so there are, so up on that same area, I just got a lot under contract that was a quarter of an acre for 195,000. Then I have another gentleman, like 4 lots down. This is in Sagecrest. 4 lots down and it's like 0.40, and that one's 240,000. So it's $45,000 difference for the larger lot.
And what was the size difference between those?
It was 0.25 and 0.40.
Okay, so, well.
And
little
these
less
are
than
all,
this.
these are in single family traditional, so they've got some 0.40 acre lots in there, but that's how much more they are.
Yeah.
So you're telling
The
me there's a
problem is this.
correlation.
They can't, it's deeper than that. When you have a lot that's priced that high, and then you have non-conforming loan limits that require that lenders will not lend on more than $637,000 unless it's a jumbo loan. My people ended up not being able to build. And so we didn't buy the 0.40 acres. And this was a trade guy, he does tile work. He wanted really badly to build up there. but-
Would that $60,000, or what was the difference there?
45.
$45,000 have made a difference in visibility to
Yeah.
afford it?
Yeah, I mean, everything matters.
Well, no, I
Workflows.
know it matters, but to the previous point, or to Carrie's point, is any lot affordable? You know,
It's ridiculous.
is $45,000 going to make a difference for that individual to be able to build there?
Yeah, there
This
were
isn't
no-
beachfront, people.
I know.
It's not.
Check it out there.
Crazy.
Anyway, coming back to what I was saying, I think myself that we don't want to get so exclusive that there's not a place for people to come here who.
Our
maybe-
policemen, our teachers, our
Well,
fire.
could they even?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's gonna have to be a 2-income family.
right.
But there again, if we leave it large, we're more exclusive.
True.
And what's that? Yeah, and so I think if we think of smaller, maybe we do allow a few more people to be a part of our community that maybe otherwise wouldn't have a chance.
And the planning commission felt like that was a compelling enough reason.
So how do we balance that with the Prop 1 vote? And how Christina's neck has been tied to it, which is, why
So my opinion on the Prop 1 is that I think it'd be very easy to go ahead and conflate Prop 1, a specific piece of property, with all of Providence without additional data. Like, it's very easy to make
we
that
need more
leap,
data.
but doing that leap in my mind is creating a story that we don't know exists yet. Like, I think they spoke clearly about Prop 1. Where I'm looking at is when we created the general plan, we took a look at the general plan and we said we want mixed use here, and we definitely want to have mixed use, and we want LCR here, and we said we want high density here, and we put that general plan together with a potpourri of different housing zones, and we did that intentionally, and we didn't have a lot of SFL. I was there when we were discussing. We said, okay, if we're going to have SFL, we think it's going to be here. We think it's going to be here. And the Highlands project, we discussed, man, okay, we can give up SFL here. We can go ahead and include some SFT. That's also on the agenda. That was intentional. and creating SFL around the existing SFL was intentional. So to the Prop 1 point, I think I think it muddies the water to go ahead and look at Prop 1. And I think we ought to go back to the facts of the general plan and the compelling reasons which have been shared, and we can consider those. And for me, those are the variables that are relevant to the equation here, to the decision.
My comment to Prop 1 is the fact that single family traditional, I don't think is what they were voting against.
I agree.
I would like to state that I've requested a survey for Prop 1 to understand what people want, because there's people on Facebook with pitchforks saying things like, I hope the city council got our message loud and clear. And I'm like, okay, well, what is their message? We need to know what that message is. And I think, is it us against them, or can we all be a team and work together and not be at war? And that's what I'm hoping for, is that the people with pitchforks don't see us as the enemy, but they're neighbors who are really trying to do what's best for everyone. And if you look at the number of children we have and how quickly a posterity grows, even for families with 3 or 4 children, the posterity grows really quickly. And, you know, without the Californians moving in and whoever else coming, our population is growing. And people don't want that. They don't want the traffic that comes with the increased population, yet they're so proud to send their Christmas card with their posterity of 100 children. That's a lot of houses.
Where's that Christmas card I got?
I only have 5 so far, but you know, by the time I die, it might be 100.
So Janelle's got 6. I've got 4.
What? Where are we going?
That's okay.
The population is going to grow.
Yes, I'll talk about your
Yes,
posterity.
okay. No, first things first. Ryan, I have a question. I need an expert answer. What uses more water, higher or lower density? In general. So when you've got a half acre, you've got 2 houses on, or you got 1 house on, what uses more water?
Well, it's cyclical. The more density that you have is consistent, and you'll have more people there. They'll use a certain amount of water consistently throughout the year. Lawns are only water in the summer. They take a lot of water, but they are a limited time frame. As we had in our planning commission, they brought it up, and the engineer actually said it varies both ways, and it could either one of them could be higher. So I'm going to say that
How long your showers are.
yeah, and some of that, and how much of the lawn you landscape. So, and you know, at that point, he couldn't give us a definitive answer to that. So I'm gonna defer that. I probably can't either.
You've got 2 houses, you've got 2 footprints,
Right.
including the sidewalk and the driveway. So you've got less to landscape.
Right.
So it covers more of the
More
lot.
rooftop.
Gotcha.
Right. And you add people that use it, and there's
So I think we have a compelling reason I want to bring it up. Since the general plan, which was developed in what, 2019?
Well, it took 5 years to develop it, and it was signed off.
Right, okay, all right.
So, so during that period of time, when all those things were developed, all those numbers were developed, and all those zones could have been developed 5 years ago.
I
know,
would
5
attest
years
that that
before.
wasn't the case. Those zones were discussed.
All along.
When I was in planning and zoning commission,
Planning.
so
So
no
here's-
more than 3.
Here's my question. The reason
Still
I ask-
3 is long.
Relative.
I'll shut up. Sorry.
My recollection, Christina, you can tell me, I get something from Jet Youngblood every year, because we sold a house, bought a house. And so we get stuff from her every year, in fact, updates during the year. You send something out, and then with other realtors. What was it the last year? What's the percentage increase in housing prices? I remember 28% just this past year.
Yeah,
We talked about pay increases earlier. How many people do you know in this valley that got 28% pay increase? So what's happened since the general plan was
I
approved?
got a pay cut.
So do we have a compelling we have a compelling, significant change. Okay, I'm not gonna be mayor after this, is up to the council, but you might want to consider reopening the discussion about the general plan and zoning. And what I want to ask a question here. My kids are grown-up adults, but I know we have two ladies here that have 17-year-olds. How many actually honestly think their kids are going to be able to afford to buy anything in Providence? Question number one. Second question is, how many people that live in Providence could afford to buy the house they currently live in at today's market? The reason I asked that question, a study that came out in October, Tim Gardner Institute on housing, the state of housing in Utah. It said that only 37% of those surveyed in the state of Utah could afford to buy the house they currently live in. So that means we're excluding a whole lot of people. So I appreciate it when people say we need to be looking forward, thinking, and consider our kids and grandkids.
Well, the other thing too is that I think it's about making smart choices. We have a lot of knowledge. A lot of the people that might be with pitchforks on Facebook have a smaller amount of the knowledge that we have and the training that we have, and have an understanding of what we know. We're also elected to make hard decisions, and we can't be afraid of the backlash. I mean, I've been getting it like crazy. Everyone has questioned my motives for the last 4 years because of Prop 1. It's not true. Like, I didn't rezone something so that I could get personal gain, but that's what a lot of people are thinking, but they just don't know me.
Well, and they haven't listened,
You're
because
right.
you
So-
sat there and said, will the planning and zoning take a look at high density? I want it off the books. Yet people will say, Christina wants high density, and they don't know what they're talking about.
So what I'm saying is, like I said, we're elected to make hard decisions, and I'm not gonna, I hope that the future council doesn't pander to those people that are, like you said, with pitchforks on Facebook. So, I mean,
So,
Mayor, can I make one more comment?
sure, go ahead, Brian.
Kind of piggybacking on what I had said earlier. I travel through Nibley quite a bit. And there's some envious lots in Nibley. But a lot of them have taken them from family members and built a home adjacent to parents' home. And they got this shed in the back and all the other stuff. And you see it at different locations. You don't see that too much in Logan. Your stuff, everybody in Providence liked it, but you don't see that much in Providence anymore because the property's too expensive. If people want a larger lot, oftentimes they really don't want to be in Providence. If they're going to have the stuff that they want to be able to afford, the shed, the horses, whatever they do, they generally move to an area where that's more, more affordable, and it's around other people that are doing that. You try and put you got a large lot, go ahead and put 2 cows and a couple of horses up there in that lot and see what people say. Now, there are some that have them.
That's called a checkbook farm. You write checks to it.
That's right. Yes.
You don't get it back.
You have to be, the wife be a lawyer, the other be a doctor. And I don't know which way, maybe it's the other way around, but I have children that are doctors and they live on large lots. But one's in Mount Sterling and the other's in Clarkston. The kids that work just day to day, one lives with me and the other lives in College Ward on my mother's house that I remodeled for. It's a changing era. And I even think since we developed the general plan, things have changed so fast in those months that we really either ought to relook at the general plan and see if that's what we want to do, or give consideration, very serious consideration to what's happened in the last months regarding the large lots. Now that's my thoughts.
That's
So-
what, we felt like it was compelling to think about what's coming down the pipe.
So in 2014, we had a warning. Envision Cache Valley predicted doubling the size of the population here in Cache Valley by 2040. So that was how many years ago? That we had fair warning that it was coming. But you look at this US Census Bureau, there are 4 counties in the United States that have the highest birth rates in the United States out of 3,200 counties. One of those is Cache County, and I guarantee you Providence birth rate is responsible for part of that.
Well, the outflow and inflow migration is about even.
It's about
So why
even,
are we
right?
growing so
And you-
fast? It's children that we're having.
Yeah, I was in a Kim Gardner policy discussion on Monday of this week where what's her name? Vochner, is that her last name? I think.
Natalie,
She presented. So the last year was a little over 40% migration and about 60% infill. That's what the number looks like. And that migration number, counties across the state, I believe, is within the top 5, maybe, of counties within the state. So. And she also pointed out that's a lot of migration in 1 year, but they also pointed out historically we've seen this migration before. I was surprised. She pointed out, I think it was 2003, we had an equal amount of migration coming to Cache County. So she said, we're still having it. Don't feel like it just happened last year. We've been seeing migration for 20 years.
It's continuing.
Yeah.
to
So
grow.
that study is updated every year, and there are years that it's gone in both directions. But overall, when you look at Utah and you go back a decade or so, and you look at each year, overall, it's a wash. United Van Lines does a survey every year. They update that, families moving in, families moving out. And they always classify Utah as in the middle. They have the top 10 states that people were destinations where families are moving to, and the top 10 states that people are leaving. But they always say Utah's in the middle. And I've seen it go both ways. There's more migration out. Other year, there's more migration in. But we have organic growth here in this valley. Pastor Robert had a.
I did, and I don't even live in the state, but I've gone.
Can you give him a microphone, please?
I thought I talked loud.
Can that one
But- but-
is, I don't think
We have people online and we record it, so
Well, I'm not going to take long. I just want to say that having been here and done that for many, many years, probably longer than most of you here, this room should be full of the citizens of this city. You need everybody to know what's going on. I just don't see the people. I'm done.
Right, every one of them. We would love to have them all come.
But you got to do something about getting them here. That's what I'm saying.
Things
have
come up
some
on the
tethers we
agenda,
could
they get
use?
them here.
Well, you got to advertise.
I thought this would be. Oh, there you go.
But I think we've had good discussion. I think this is an ideological issue, and I don't think it's one that will necessarily.
We're not going to solve that
We're not gonna
tonight.
solve that. I feel it's been good. I
Right.
feel like we've got 3 items on the agenda that are all related to this discussion that I have listened and I've thought and. I'm
So we don't
prepared
have
kind of
to,
move
we don't
through.
have to have the discussion again because the decisions were made basically with about the same type of compelling reason that we felt when we made our decision.
We have two of these are rezones.
The developer does keep waving his hand.
Yeah.
And so maybe he could share if he.
And I was just saying, what's the temperature check with the council? Are we getting to the point?
Yeah,
where
well,
can go
we
to-
could talk about
Yeah.
the ideas all night long.
It's a warm up to the next federal county.
Yeah, you wanted a compelling reason, and I just want to help try to answer some of those because I think there's a compelling reason. I think you guys have brought up some awesome points, very valid. You know, I think you're thinking about the city and everyone there. I think, like has been mentioned, we've done a good job developing over 100 lots up in that area, and we continue to hope to do so. But you talked about affordability. Even though a small lot and a large lot may be expensive, a smaller one's still going to be more affordable. So it's even though they both seem expensive, a smaller lot's going to be more affordable for sure. And I think Christina can second that. But some compelling reasons. I think a lot of what you're talking about, like your talk about you know, people expect, if I buy a house in this area, this is kind of what I expect when I look at the future, you know, zone. I think that's a very valid point. And, you know, to address that, what we're doing up here is, like Scarlett mentioned, because of the topography and the way this is laid out, we submitted a master plan of this area for this specific reason, because we knew these concerns would come up. And based on the best layout we can actually do, we can only get those 97 lots, which is under even single family large, you know, threshold of homes. So it's not going to change. It's not going to affect, you know, and somebody's not going to be like, now why is there so many? Now, to Scarlett's point, if you do rezone it, there's that possibility, right? But based on the constraints of topography, plus all of your city codes to get the roads to certain grades, to meet at certain planes when you come to an intersection, the only ones we can go now. So it comes back to, why then are we rezoning it? Simply so that we can reconfigure that, like Scarlett mentioned, to make them, you know, logical lots instead of real steep driveways or crazy, you know, this or that. It's only so that we can reconfigure those to make it work and give us that size flexibility to even get the 97 lots on there, which is 1.85, which is again well below even the threshold of what they are expecting. If they were to buy in there and say, I was expecting 2.13, they're getting 1.85. Now, can that change, or will that change? Like Scarlett mentioned, there could be some changes, like Rob could look at and say, hey, this sewer's got to tweak a little bit. We may have to tweak, but at the end of the day, it may be minus a couple lots, could be add a couple, but you're not going to be 3.75 or 100 more lots. It's just not even physically possible in this specific area.
So a clarifying question on that, because I often hear this, and I think there's always some hesitancy on my part, you know, do this, because I hear developers say, oh, a couple lots here. Are we talking, a couple means two? Are we
Literally
talking two?
like 5 at most.
Okay.
So like you could
so
prick
you're-
your finger, sign with lead that there'd be under 100 lots.
I would be completely happy if you made that a condition of this.
I don't think we can do that.
I don't think you
but,
can
you
either,
can
and you
sign with
haven't
blood,
seen-
and that's just as good.
Yeah.
But that's what they've done up there already, right?
Right, you go
I mean,
look
it's
at
already
any
that
other
way.
single
There's-
family traditional in phase 1, 2, 3, or Sagecrest 1, it's all under 2. Single
Have you
family,
developed in Providence before?
yeah,
You have?
all of Providence Hollow and Sagecrest.
Okay, so we don't like you.
I don't know. So I hope that helps and answers. I mean, you bring up some valid points. You've also brought up some stuff that unfortunately we can't solve here. That's just the world and the market. Part of the reason why you adjusted the budget and some of the things, it's just the crazy world we live in right now. Now we're just trying to do the best we can with what we have, but there's no physical way. And I wish there was a way we could say, here's our plat, and that's what you're signing off on. But in our reality, that's what it will come to at some point, you know? But, you know, take my word for what it's worth. I'd be happy to sign a paper and say, you don't get any more than this, plus or minus 5.
That's good. Just look me in the eye. That's, I trust you.
So, well, there's several more acres to go. Why would I stand here, you know, and lie to the council and things like that? They're just shoots myself in the foot, right?
That's why I asked if you've been here before.
Yeah,
So
so. I don't know.
Thank
I
you.
hope that helps in answering some of those questions, but literally, and for the community as well. I think they need to know and understand that. And I think each one of these pieces has to be looked at differently. Like, I don't think there's any way you guys could sit there and say, just because we did this one, we have to do this one. I think they can be looked at individually, and I think they should. And that's why I'm bringing up points to this one specifically. I just physically can't get more than the 97
And,
lots.
and you feel like it will make it a better subdivision because you'll be able to work with the lot sizes. That's why you're applying.
Exactly. If we're held to higher, then, like Scarlett mentioned, the cul-de-sacs aren't correct, or you get one house on a cul-de-sac. So then you have a big, then the affordability, you know, starts to come up. Then you are selling lots at 200,000+. Like I've got 6 children. I don't know how that's, you know, how they're going to afford that. I really don't. And it just lays it out, but it also keeps it to the threshold. It just allows the flexibility of that. Plus the topography up there, you have some areas that just are unbuildable. And you have to work around that with all the roads and if you just look at it or talk to Rob and look at the master plan that's been, you've also talked about water. I mean, we've sat down with the team and talked through those water issues and how we're connecting lines because we are master planning that whole area and how we're connecting pressure zones, things like that. And a larger lot, like they mentioned, a larger lot could use a lot of water, a small lot, it just depends on who's going to use it. And so that's something that can't really be solved, but I can guarantee you that more lots will use more water, right? And that's what I'm here to tell you is we're not adding more lots. We're not taking the density of changing it. We just want flexibility.
Thank you.
So if I can just make a comment to that, the question comes is to defend the master plan. Is this in the spirit? We've talked, it's not changing the number of density, right? It's not changing the number of required water connections. It's not changing, and I mean, it possibly can. And so that's the thing is you say, well, what can it do? And oftentimes when we get into rezones, we get that, what can it do? The general plan, the nice thing with the general plan and why we have it is so that we can project growth patterns so we can then work on all the sub-master plans to that general plan. And you change the general plan significantly and all the work for all those master plans have all tied back to the growth patterns projected in it. And what he's saying here, if I'm hearing it correctly, is the only thing you want in the change isn't the density. You want the flexibility of lot size averaging is what you're trying to gain from the code, but not the density. Is that an accurate assumption of what you're saying?
It is. It's physically the only thing that can, based on topography and stuff, is we're maximizing how many homes we can get up there. But even if we make this change, I can't take advantage of the 3.75. I'm still well below the single, but if we keep it single family large, it's even less than that because of the technology.
I think that's one thing to your credit. You have taken a look at what you are dealing with up there, laid it out, and it appears that you're coming to us because you can do a better job of developing the property that you have by changing the zone, not to increase the number of lots, but to be able to better serve the lots that you will develop up there and the people that will be there. Is that a correct assumption?
Absolutely. I mean, I stand by, I grew up here in Cache Valley. I love it. I'm the most anti-development developer there is. You know, I love Cache Valley and I love how it was. I realize it's going to change. So let's make the best of it. If I'm going to be that developer, we're going to allow development here, then let's do it. I 100% agree with that. You look at the Logan River Walk down there that I developed with the new Marriott and the pathway and connecting that, spent a ton more money that I didn't want to, but it made it a better and it can connect the trail system. Soon they're going to do the bridge under Main Street next to the historic bridge and make that pathway. That's another $200,000 that I didn't necessarily have to come up with, but I did because it benefits the community. That's the kind of development that I want to leave here. So yes, exactly.
Thank you.
I just opened my fortune cookie hoping it would tell me how to vote.
I can make it. I can make it.
So
Yeah, Ryan, next time tell
It said, use your own judgment. That's what I do.
So Ryan, you made the comment that all of our forecasting and our master plans for our water or sewer are based on the general plan map.
And
I'll
current
be
ones.
candid. I'll just be candid. I want to believe that it can stay at 97, but in my 2 years on council, it's really how much is the developer willing to put in to the land to mitigate circumstances to increase the number of lots. I can think of multiple developments that were brought before the council that said, well, we're gonna put in 35 here or 40 there. But if they decided, well, we're gonna build the bridge and we're gonna put in the extra drainage, and so what you thought you were gonna get, we can actually come up with 15 more or 20 more in that spot, which is allowed with the zone that they were given. So I feel like when I make a decision like this, I have to go in expecting 200 homes, not 97. Because if I don't go in expecting 200 homes, if I end up with 150 instead of 200, well, then that's a bonus. And then I'm not disappointed that I'm 50 over the 100. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I feel like the water master plan, do we have enough information to move forward at this point on water pressure for that area?
You know, we waited and quite a ways. We believe that we have sufficient information to help whichever way it goes. And it'll need some looping and probably a PRV and some other things. Do we have every specific? No, but we believe that we're far enough and we've caught up far enough onto that master plan that if it gets rezoned or if it stays the same, that this development, when it first came and the first two came right together, we felt like that we were behind. The master plan wasn't far enough ahead to be able to, and now we believe that master plan is far enough ahead of this development process that we will be able to make sure that's accounted for in the concept and the preliminary plat and final plat stages. We believe we've come a long way that we are comfortable letting a decision come and maybe and the potential of the rezone. But we waited in planning commission for 4 months, 6 months. We waited and they were good in that and we appreciate that. But we do believe our master plan process, while it's not complete, is a lot closer and we're a lot farther so that we can handle that depending on which way you go. But for sure we didn't feel that comfortable when we went into it. So
Although that was hard to wait for that, we felt that was some needed information, especially for you guys.
Final question, are you sole developer here, do you have a partner or a corporation that's working as?
There's a partnership.
There's a partnership. Can you reveal who are your other partners?
Stan Check and Danny McFarland.
Okay, so I'm hearing from you, but you've got two other partners here for that development.
And I have a question, Janelle. Will you clarify what you meant by several other subdivisions that I don't understand what did you mean by that? When you said there's been many subdivisions that have come through that the developer basically is not doing what they're saying they're going to do.
Well, they're working within the code that they're allowed to go in with the density that's allowed. So if we said, then we had a multifamily medium come in on 300 South. And I met with that party and I looked at what they proposed and I asked them very specific questions about the riverbed. And they told me, no, we won't build over there. It's cost prohibitive. That won't work. But now that they've come in with their preliminary plat, there is a bridge and there is 15 more units there, even though
I got lied to about that too.
So is it just the one subdivision or you made it sound like there are a lot of them?
well, there's a 55 plus that's coming in. And part of that's water mitigation issues. And that's the developer's prerogative if they want to invest that money to improve the land. And the zone that they were given is, allows the density that they are building to. But I think we get in trouble with our public because they hear one thing and then they see another coming in, even though no one's doing anything nefarious or anything that shouldn't happen, but they have this expectation that they're going to get, 30 and then they get 45, or they think they're, I don't know if that makes sense, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess what
And so
I'm just clarifying. So
It's just managing expectations, I really think.
I think we also have people that have an expectation. They move here and they see an alfalfa field out their back window and they expect that as long as they own the house and their kids grow up that's the providence that they want to see. And now that they're here, they don't want to see it change.
I think there's a wide spectrum of feelings, but I just think that we need to be clear on expectations.
Yeah,
That if we approve this, that the reality is that 200 homes, and it wouldn't be 200 because that's the full acreage, we have to take out roads and different things, but in simple math, you have to have that realistic expectation that if someone wants to put in the effort to build the retaining walls and to move the earth and do all the engineering that's required, which, you know, that's going to cost, it's going to drive up the cost of housing. But if they choose to do that, that we have to go in with a real expectation that we are increasing the density. I mean, I know there's
No,
topographical
what you're saying is
topographical
100%
issues.
correct. And that's, you know, and that unveils challenges in the system, right?
yeah.
Which we wish we could address, you know? And hopefully you can look to historical data. You can look to what we've already submitted to the city in good faith so that you could complete your water modeling because it's based on that. So that whole water modeling is based on that layout. I wouldn't say the whole model, but that section of it that was done was based on that layout. You know, she's exactly correct. You know, you are voting based on that. Unfortunately, there are developers out there that say one thing in a meeting and do another. And like you said, it's not like they're trying to, you know, but they have that flexibility and that's what you're voting on.
If we keep this up, I'm gonna have to eat another fortune cookie. This is getting.
Just keep eating them.
So that's my issue. I like you. I mean, you seem like a great guy and I appreciate you doing that. But you've got two other partners here and I, you know, your other partners aren't here to go ahead and talk to us as well, you know, and I don't know what that arrangement's like, but you know, my concern would be that, you know, in good faith, you commit to something and then your business circumstances change later. You've got two other partners who are financially in that. And you say, whoa, you know, we feel differently about this. You know, we want to go ahead and sell land. We don't want to develop it. It's sitting on it too long. So that's hard for me to go ahead and hear that, to tell you the truth, you know, so. Sure.
I'll make a motion.
You ready for motion? Go ahead, Karen.
I make the motion that we approve item number 6, ordinance 2021-020. Rezone.
The
I
motion
second it.
for the rezone, I have a second from council member. Further discussion? I call for a vote. Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion to approve the petition, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Okay, we have 4 yes and 1 nay. Petition is approved, motion passes. Thank you. So here we go into another rezone discussion.
We covered the philosophy,
Thank you very much. We've much of the philosophical discussion is.
so now we need the specific development.
All right, now we have a little bit different story to tell, but similar in philosophy. All right, item number 7, ordinance 2021-019, rezone of parcels 01160040001 and 030360027. City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on a request to rezone parcels 02-116-004, 030360027, located in the general area of 1000 South, 820 East, from single family large to single family traditional. This was brought before the Planning Commission December 1st. With all the members voting to recommend to the City Council, they approve the rezone request. So we have Planning Commission vote to recommend. We have representative of the developer here. Scarlett, you want to start us off?
So, Ryan, I think what might be helpful on this one, if you would bring up the master or the general plan future rezone map, because there's 2/3 of this request is following the general plan. 1/3 of it isn't. So I think it's probably a good thing for you to be able to see. As far as all of the information, once again, it is the same exact request of going from single family large down to single family traditional. I did take a look on our city code while I could get my laptop to connect for a minute, and I'm so glad that these guys are still connected, but for some reason mine's being
Mine's
silly.
not working either.
Okay, well, anyway, 10% in a standard topography area in a single family large, they could reduce lot sizes, 10% of their lots could be reduced. In an area that contains sensitive areas such as hazard slopes and whatnot, some of that area, if it's over 33% slope, that area doesn't get to be considered for density credit. So they get a little bit bigger bump in those areas. They can have 30% of their lots can be less than 20,500, but they cannot be less than 12,000. And they cannot go less than, and 30% can go under the 100-foot width, but they can't go less than 80. So that I was able to clarify. As you can see, this is the current zoning up there right now. But our future rezone, our map that shows our future rezone is this one right here. And I'm going to walk away from the mic and I'll try and talk really, really loud. Well, maybe I don't know if I can stretch that one far enough. Right along 8th East, there are homes that are already built along 8th East. And so the planning commission wanted to respect the fact that those homes were already there and that property was already zoned single family large. And so as they were discussing what to do, that's why they left this little part green. Now, the developer is not asking to rezone this part where people are living. Those homes would still say single family large. I will add that they have taken advantage of the lot size averaging. So if you looked at them, there are some that are, none are less than 12,000, but there are definitely some that are less than 20, but there are some that are a little bit larger than 22. But that's what's happened right here. What they're asking is pretty much they just come along behind here and turn this part gold. Yes, and down around here. That remainder that's not already being utilized would turn into single family traditional.
I have a question though. So, but the planning and zoning recommended, so that's what our general plan shows.
Yes, that's what
Just
general
like that.
plan. The current,
But the planning and zoning recommended unanimously to change the green to the east of the homes, single family traditional, is that correct? Because you said the planning and zoning opted to keep it single family large.
the part the homes are already on.
Just a clarification. I think what she is two different time periods. The planning and zoning with the general plan
Okay.
is what she was proposing. And
Okay.
you are correct in the planning commission on their last meeting, and that
Sending
was
it to
correct.
us.
So both correct, just different.
Thank you. That's
Different,
just what I wanted to make
so-
sure.
So, but Ryan, if you flip back to the actual zoning, just so everybody can see, the actual zoning, everything up there is single family large. In our general plan, the recommended zoning would take the north part to single family traditional, the very south part to single family traditional, and leave this little part. So their request is in line with our general plan for about 2/3 of the request, but it is changing the entire upper part except for where the homes are actually built and occupied. That
Okay, it's appropriate to ask now.
Don't know until you ask.
I know the answer. I'm just clarifying something, so I'm asking it in question format. 10th South was built for the purpose of being able to handle all the traffic from these homes.
Well, yes, actually,
As single family large.
no. If you want to go back, it was proposed to be single family traditional. And in fact, at that point in time, when it was originally coming in, single family traditional was also allowed to reduce lot sizes down to 10,000 square feet. That's why in your neighborhoods that you live in, the phase 1 of Highlands, you will find that there are 10,000 square foot lots in that.
I was on the planning and zoning when the Highlands came in, and I remember these discussions, and I remember making sure that that road was large enough to accommodate the single family traditional, or what we thought it would be, or and
Right.
I remember that. I listened to the planning and zoning meeting, and a lot of the citizens had so much concern about the traffic on 10th South.
Yes.
And I agree, people speed. I think the thing to do there is put up the flashing lights, but I don't think 10th South is a busy road.
10th South certainly has its busy road times, and 10th South certainly turns into a gauntlet when the stake center right on the brow of the hill between Providence and Midnight and Millville has an activity. But there were traffic studies done, and that was the thing that frustrated the public back in 2003 and through 2005 in that area. Back when they were doing those studies, it really frustrated the public because they felt like it was already very busy, and that the projections that it could still handle the same amount, or that it could handle more traffic on the same size road, that was frustrating. And I totally get that. When you work in it a lot, you learn how things work, and traffic studies, a lot of roads are not built to A, because then they would be considered overbuilt. And so a lot of roads are not built to the maximum size of a road, but they're built to move traffic in a safe manner. And so they'll do traffic studies, and people will think, well, it should be a much bigger road than this. Then you look at the studies that show that much bigger roads increase speed. I mean, there's all kinds of different moving parts when you talk about a traffic analysis that really surprise you sometimes and disappoint you sometimes. And so one thing that a traffic analysis cannot do, and even mitigation strategies cannot do it, and if you want to look at that, all you need to do is watch our roundabouts or North Logans or Logans, any roundabout. No matter what we do, we cannot change people's personal driving habits. If someone is going to be a reckless driver, they do it, and there's not a lot we can do. Now, I'm not advocating one way or another about roads, but I am saying we do try to make sure that our roads are safe. That's what our road profiles do. But no matter how safe the road profile is, we can't change certain people's driving habits. Ryan made a really good comment about that. You want to state you're the leader of the pack, sort of?
Yes, I will encourage everyone, if you drive the speed limit, the guy behind you will drive the speed limit. He may not like it, but he'll drive it if you will do it. Please commit. You drive the speed limit and the guy behind you will too. The women behind you, I assumed the women were always doing it the right way, so.
But my whole point to that, back to your question, Christina, yes, 10th South can take more traffic than what it carries right now, even though it seems like there's an awfully lot of traffic to those of us that lived there when there wasn't as much traffic. It can certainly take more traffic. So can Canyon Road, particularly with some of the improvements we made about 10 years ago. So, so yes, will it be somewhat discomfort? Yes, but if everybody if people were willing to stay within reasonable parameters of the laws and stop at stop signs and not speed, then those roads wouldn't feel as risky as they feel right now. If people stopped at the stop sign, the blind corners wouldn't be near the problem that they are. So that's kind of, I'm not trying to advocate one way or the other. I'm just saying that in traffic studies, there's a lot of things that they look at. But one of the biggest things is just, is this road physically capable of moving how many cars? And that's way more than most people are comfortable with.
So Scarlett makes a good point. Widening roads doesn't allow a street to handle more. It does not, unless you add another lane. So unless we had 10 South have 2 lanes going each way, it's not going to change anything because the street's 10 feet wider. It's not. In fact, traffic studies over and over and over again. When streets are wider, people speed. The best solution is, and Scarlett hasn't gotten there yet, is we need to have a second means of egress, and it needs to be suitable to handle the additional traffic.
Well,
That's how you add other lanes of traffic, not widening the road.
And you also add, I mean, looking at, and Providence has tried to do that. We have tried to look at our traffic plan to have multiple options for people to be able to develop roads. And that's what we would like to see up there. We're getting a little bit of pushback, not from the developer, not from Providence City, and not really from Providence City citizens, but we are getting some pushback on the idea of spreading the wealth of who travels the roads. And so they've kind of put, because of that pushback, that's kind of put us at a disadvantage. We can't really look at the way we would like to look at that upper southeast bench and get people down off of there, because all the players that are involved in the southeast bench are not on the same, they're not all using the same playbook. So we are looking at the safest way to be able to distribute the traffic that does come out of there and get good traffic flow. And right now, we only have 2 roads that we can really look at to do that. And that would be 1000 South and Canyon Road. But both of those roads should be able to handle the additional traffic. Like I said, it would be uncomfortable for the people that live on them to see the additional traffic. But from a traffic moving, it would be
Honestly, it's uncomfortable for 3 of us because we all live right there.
Yeah. So just. to
well, you
clarify
can count me too. I don't live in your side, but I
You
live,
still come down 10.
yeah, I'm right there. And it'll put a lot more traffic on 4th East and more on Foothill and more on Grandview. And
You always drive the speed limit, and I'm right behind you. Yeah.
not always, I would
no.
confess, but I do try to stay within.
It's
30
hard going down
miles
that
one way or
hill.
the other.
It's a big hill. Just to clarify though, what we're talking about, the general plan calls for this zoning. I was in planning and zoning 3 years ago. When we did this, we made the purposeful decision to move from SFL through that whole zone to SFT. The only difference between the two is this middle section,
Right.
which we purposely did in the general plan because we had a public hearing with the general plan, and we had citizens come. We had a number of them boys who had purchased homes along that area
Mhm.
that they were looking for consistent lot sizes there. So
Right.
we went through this process of compromising, and they're saying, okay, we can preserve that while changing to SFT. So the petition is very similar to the general plan, other than this area. I
Right.
think it's just helpful for people, if they weren't in those meetings or public hearings and those discussions, why it was the way that it was.
Yeah.
So,
The planning commissions, our planning commissions, we've been very lucky for all of the many years that I've worked here to have very, very good planning commissions that try and work with the people. Carrie's been on them. Mayor Drew, Christina. Brent, were you on planning commission?
Nope, never been.
Josh was. So, but they've done that. They've listened to people. They've also tried to listen to the state code and and come to a balance. And that's exactly what Josh is talking about. They were trying to respect the existing residents and yet still come to a good balance. So. Anything else?
I have another historical question. So
originally, Christina, when the Highlands was coming in, or Jeremy, this above Grandview was all single family traditional. And then it moved to single family large, and now we're moving back to traditional.
I don't know if it was ever zoned single family traditional, but we didn't even have the single family large zone when this
Oh, okay.
development was first being talked about. The single family large zone was created during this development's time. And they were involved in some of that. But no, when they first came in and started to talk, there was not a single family large
It was
zone.
zoned ATV and motorcycle use.
It's worked perfectly well for that.
There's a
An
motocross track
occasional
up there right
family.
now.
Kathleen, can you speak to why Josh gave us the history from the planning and zoning of why they left the middle part green?
Can I interject a thought here before you start? I apologize, but I've been studying the request and it doesn't identify this parcel to do anything with. The top parcel is 02-116-0004, the lower parcel 03-036-20027, and the middle parcel is not even included in this. What are we doing?
Brian, can you show the parcel zoning viewer? Because that middle parcel is deceiving.
It's not called out as a separate parcel. There are only two parcels that we're talking about here.
So it looks
So
like
we
on the
can
map,
delineate a different
So
zone.
we
by
have,
the
so we
boundary.
have parcels with more than one zone assigned to the same
Correct,
parcel.
correct.
so, so while they're doing that, my question is, Josh gave us the history on why they left that middle part single family large. What was the planning and zoning's reasoning for sending it over unanimous single family traditional the whole thing? Rather than,
We didn't articulate that very well because we were just thinking about the eastern part of it going to single family traditional. But what that does for the developers, they'll probably, it's like the other lot. There'll probably be 1 acre lots almost and half-acre lots and smaller lots. It allows them to be able to use the topography to put their lots in there. But since we don't look at plats to make these decisions, then we felt like because of the topography, that would be helpful to be able to get the right kind of lots in there.
One of the other things that came up, because I sat in on the planning committee, and Scarlett brought this up, is when you look at 800 East, which is what the planning commission looked at, zoned half acre. On the west side of the street, the lots, half the lots are not buildable. They're on the side of the hill, steep hill. The east side, many of the lots are less than half acre. So
Current lots,
the current lots, the ones that have been built on.
right?
And there was a conceptual plan done to develop these two parcels that are subject to the petition. And I think the smallest ones were 14,000 square feet. And I think there were 2 or 3 of them, but I think they averaged 18,000 square feet, which is about the same size as the lots that are built on the east side of 800 East.
Well, this also allows the lots to be a little bit smaller so that the stuff under the electrical lines can be made into trails rather than being included in a lot. So,
On the north and the south, most definitely.
Right.
The center section, most of that's built out. You've maybe got 2 or 3 lots in development to the parcel that deviates from the general, I think.
Before we do that, let's just address. So Brent, as
So
you
can
can
you
see,
grab the microphone?
Yeah, or I just to tell you, you'll see that all is highlighted in that color is one parcel. So at that point, we've talked about 3 different sections of the property, but there's actually only 2 parcels. And this first parcel includes both the north and the central pieces in the same parcel. it comes all the way back around the, underneath the power line, so. Right.
Which church? Oh, I'm just making sure.
So I think Jeremy can answer some questions that you might have about specifics.
We need to have a public discussion. Into the microphone. Brent, you want to?
No, I'm good. I just think it was deceiving as to the way the lab was laid out. Because there are some parcels on the top of the ridge of the canyon that when you look at it, they're rezoning those as well. At least that appears to me. I don't always see things correctly, that's for sure. But if you look at what their proposed is, they're rezoning those parcels up there at top. I don't know if they're identified.
Well, it's one parcel, Brent. There's two parcels altogether.
Well, up in county though, when
Yeah.
you were looking at the county, there seemed to be.
Can Jeremy come up?
So to that point, and you can come up to that point, in the general plan, it does show that those top parcels would be up for that rezone, that they would be rezoned. But the application doesn't do that. But at this point, the general plan does foresee that. But this rezone doesn't actually do that, those top lots. Doesn't change these top ones. Now, the master plan shows that that's what's perceived or what they foresee happen, right? So anyway.
There's been some great discussion tonight on a lot of topics, and housing affordability and water, obviously, big point. I'm not going to belabor that. It's already been discussed. You have a beautiful city. It's very well run. The budget meeting proves that out. Everybody wants to live here. There's no opportunities to live here right now. I mean, there's no homes for sale. The SFL and the SFT zones are very similar, as Scarlett said. The lot frontage requirements only 5 feet difference. And you heard from this other developer, you really can't get 3.75 units per acre. You really can't. Providence Highlands Phase 1, I sent over a PDF. I don't know if you're able to share that with them or not, but Providence Highlands Phase 1 came in under a zone that doesn't exist anymore. It was higher density. It did allow for lots that are 10,000 square feet. That is 28 acres and it's 70 lots total. It's only 2.5 units per acre. And I have never heard anyone say.
Will you point out what that is?
Yeah.
27.
You want to do that second page of this? Right there.
Oh, the phase
Providence
one.
Highlands Phase 1.
Phase 1. Okay, I was
Yeah.
not sure what that was.
So Providence Highlands Phase 1, you can see there's a variety of lot sizes here. As big as a 6/10 of an acre, which was, I think, our very last lot sold. And you have all that whole center section in that, I guess you can see that rectangle in the middle. Those are all 10,000 square foot lots. A variety of sizes throughout, a lot of it because of the topography and a lot of it just to create that interest and variety with the road shapes the way they are. I've never heard anyone say they don't like the way that turned out, or that, oh, this is so crazy high density. In fact, some of the folks that did speak in opposition live in the Providence Highlands and wouldn't be here if we had done the 5-acre lots that people at that time were so concerned about switching from. So the SFT zone, it's not going to be 3.75 acres. I would be surprised if you brought the most ideal piece of property forward and platted it the most dense you possibly can with following the requirements of 95-foot lot widths. I'd be really surprised if you could ever maximize that zone out. And I think you've heard confirmation of that, from another developer here tonight. So that's something I think you need to consider. The real issue here isn't density, it's design. And the way that the SFT allows developers to create some flexible lot sizes, a variety of lot sizes, which cannot be smaller than 12,000 square feet, but allow for many to be at 12,000 so that others can be larger and there can be a nice variety. So I think it's the design that you're really after and not the density that should be the biggest concern. And I think we've proven that you can do a really good job with a lot higher density than what we're asking for. So that's a compelling thing to think about is just the design and what SFT really allows. Another compelling part is the general plan shows the majority of it going to SFT. We are requesting that upper portion, that eastern portion east of the Church of Jesus Christ, separate from those other lots, would be also changed to the SFT to allow for a consistent development to have a very similar look and feel in that design process. When we brought this project, for many of you weren't here in 2004, Scarlett was, and I think Christine was on Planning Commission and Randy Eck was on City Council. There was a lot of folks here. This property was all in Millville City. We moved about 135 acres into Providence City because it couldn't be served in Millville City. At that time, the Planning Commission and the City Council required extensive due diligence study on water, sewer, power, storm, gas, and Comcast. And it was found to be insufficient when we arrived. In fact, Grandview Drive, existing homes in Providence City didn't have fire flow pressure in the hydrants. It just wasn't there. So we saw all these problems and we tackled them. We built Providence City's pump house in Providence Canyon. We put the water line going up the canyon connecting Combe Flat. 1000 South was a dirt road from 400 up. Many of you will remember it was a ruddy old road that you had a hard time getting through. The traffic study said that's not adequate. So what did we do? We fixed it. We worked with Bruce Leishman. We had him dedicate some land. We built the roads. We solved the problems, but we not only did we do the traffic study, we addressed it. We did the sewer study, we addressed it. We did the water study, we addressed it. So I feel like we're here to say we've done all that we said that we would do, and it was always anticipated that we would have this kind of a density. And I think it will end up being very similar. I mean, it won't even be as dense as phase one, but ideally it would be. But this zone doesn't allow for that. Your general plan shows it. Your annexation plan shows that the portion that's in the Selco property that's in Millville City will be annexed and it will come in as SFT. All of the surrounding uses here are SFT as well. And I think as far as compelling reasons, I think there's a lot, maybe 5 or 6 compelling reasons why I think it should go to SFT, but I appreciate you listening. I'm willing to answer any questions that you have.
So my only concern is the section east of what's currently developed. Can you give me more information on that section?
Yeah.
Here's my problem. That a portion of it's already developed, and I hate to change the rules of the game mid-game. Josh loves that. That's his favorite thing. Oh, my Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd hate playing games with him. So it's just that little section that the rest I'm good because it's part of the general plan. But can you speak to that? Like, how many acres is it? What would be the density difference?
Yeah.
And maybe what you anticipate it would look like.
Yeah, I think it will be very similar to what's already there. And a lot of that will be dictated by topography. And as Scarlett mentioned, those lots that are on 850 East, they were developed under the SFL zone, but it does allow for lot averaging. So many of them are below half-acre lots already. And up to 30% or up to 10%, depending on the way you average them out. The lot sizes are going to be very consistent with what's already there because I can't go smaller than 12,000 and some of those already are 12,000. So it's not a departure from what it is, it's just allowing similar flexibility. But the reality is a lot of those lots that are up against the deer fence are going to be a lot larger than the 12,000 and probably a lot larger than the half-acre just because topography won't allow for it.
So does it really need to change?
If you felt compelled to stick with the general plan, I would not be super upset. I think I would prevent me from designing it out in the most efficient way with a bigger variety of opportunities. And you get a very consistent look with what's there now. But I'm not going to be upset with you or I think it's the wrong decision, but it's not. It's
You
not
have to
something.
reapply though, right? Or
Yeah,
can we,
well, you can modify it.
we could modify, so we didn't have to wait.
How do we modify that with two different zones in the same tax ID or the same parcel number? How does that look? Right.
You could indicate, well, you'll see that this is the road, so you just indicate that the continuation of 1,000 South would continue to the property line. So you would just define that, you know, then we'd have to get
So just make a motion that we approve it as per the general plan.
you
Oh,
could
yeah.
certainly do that.
Yeah, I think the negative of that is that some of the lots in the center would probably be larger than they, you know, they're gonna be larger than it would feel comfortable in that specific area. Just, you can see those are the smaller lots anyway. I think it would be better if they were consistent with what's already there across that street. And that really would be best suited by sticking with an SFT zone. But that's your call.
Also, there's a good place for a park down there somewhere, and maybe the city would buy some of those larger lots to be able to acquire.
Be a great place. for
There might be, if they were left larger, maybe that's something else that could be considered. Not that it should be discussion at this point, but
Just throwing it out there.
just throwing it out there.
Executive session.
It's not on the agenda.
Yeah, Ryan's brought that up before, and we've had some good dialogue about it.
Jeremy, can you tell us what's going on with the Millville portion? Is there a chance ever of a road running down through Millville?
Yes, I'm very glad you asked that question.
I'm. Be mad at
Actually,
me. Don't be mad at me. I don't.
Just a caution, it's not on the agenda.
Yeah,
It is related.
It's
It is
related, but
related.
not on the agenda.
it's related and not on the agenda, and I'll speak to it just briefly.
Just take 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
No,
So
1 minute.
it was always anticipated. There were two agreements that were signed, one by Millville City and one by Providence back in 2004. It was at the time we conveyed to the city enough water for about 600 homes, which was anticipating a lot more build out than would ever be possible.
And higher density than single family traditional.
Yeah, there's no way you could have done that, but we wanted to be conservative and take care of the need. We purposely left this 90 or so acres in Millville City in 2004 with the clear understanding that we intend to develop this as residential. And when we're ready to get to that point, if Millville City has water and sewer infrastructure in place, then we will leave it in Millville City and we will develop it there. In 2018, we made an application for a boundary line adjustment. In 2019, they voted it down. In 2020, they voted it down again, multiple applications. It's currently a subject matter of a lawsuit where we have sued for specific performance or breach of contract in the Millville City. And I don't know how there's any ambiguity because Millville City doesn't have a sewer system. And they also don't have a water tank that has water pressure to provide to the property. All of that is a matter of public record. It's been clearly delineated in city council meeting minutes. But despite those facts, they still say they intend to provide water and sewer. So that's what we're working through.
And if they do, then eventually there would be a road probably down through Millville.
So one of the reasons they don't want it to leave is they don't want a road to go down into Millville. They would like all the traffic that's in Providence City to stay in Providence City.
Even if it's developed in Millville.
Even if it's
They want it all. to go
Oh,
through
so
Providence.
even,
They're trying to
They wanna
prevent
build a
any
wall.
connection to Millville City.
They want to build it.
well, I use their pickleball courts.
We'll use them more.
I'm using them as much as I can.
Well, and just
But see,
imagine.
this is
I'm
this is
sorry,
tangential to
I'm
the
so
core
sorry.
issue, I
No,
think.
we need to.
Okay, I just wondered if there's a chance of a road going down there. And right now, the way things are, no.
My strong preference is that The second access immediately happened. And it connects the upper road with Providence Highlands Phase 1, which would provide that fire exit for families who already live there. And that there would be an additional road connection down to 400 East. I mean, if Logan City took the posture that Melville City is taking, then none of us could drive through. Could not go shopping. We couldn't do anything.
Okay,
You had your vote.
thank you.
Way to change the rules mid-game.
Okay. We- All right,
Um,
further discussion or questions? I haven't seen any hands raised in the audience.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve, reopen my, that we approve item number 7. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Make sure that's correct. Yes. Ordinance 2021-019 with the modification that the zoning follows the zoning stated in the general plan.
Motion on the table to
Second.
approve the petition with a modification to follow the general plan. That's a slight exception that has a middle area that's remained single family large. I have a motion and a second. Okay. All right. Can I call for a vote? Are we ready? Okay. All in favor of the motion on the table that has the modification? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Standing, do you
I
say
said
aye?
I.
All right, unanimous. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right. Neighbors.
Less
New Grandview
motorcycles.
neighbors. All right. We'll go ahead and move on. Item number 8, resolution 021035, Ridgeview Park. LLC petition to annex parcel 02, 004, 0001, and 02, 004, 0002. Ridgeview Park LLC is a visionary, one of the visionary partnerships. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may accept for further consideration of petition by Ridgeview Park LLC to annex into Providence City parcel 02, 004, 0001, and 02, 004, 0002, located in the general area of 600 South and 10th, 1000 East. 1000 East is a county designation. Applicants have not requested specific zone designation. This is not a resolution. This is not an ordinance. This is a resolution. This is asking the city staff to look at the petition
Right.
and make a recommendation.
No, this is asking the council to give the city staff permission to look
Right.
to look at it. There's no staff report with this. It falls more into Tyler's court at this point as the city recorder. Because land use wise, we've already put our land use information in the annexation policy plan. That's where we considered what pieces we wanted to consider for Providence City and what pieces we didn't. So from staff's recommendation, land use wise, we would look to the annexation policy plan. But we as staff haven't considered anything because until you look at this and decide whether you want us to, and then at that point, really the only staff at first that will get involved is Tyler and Chad Woolley, our city attorney. They will go through and they will make sure that the petition meets all of the state requirements and the county. And if that petition does, and the county gets a role in that too, the county has to give Ty some information so that they can make that determination.
The county last night voted in favor of approving. The issue was it created an island or affected an island. It was county only. The county did not take exception.
Well, that's good.
So that was last night.
But anyway, so that's why there is no staff report. That's why there's only a resolution, is because it's totally in your court. And it's also totally in your court to say, no, we don't even want to consider it right now. You don't have to consider it for further, or you don't have to approve it for further consideration. But we've done nothing at this point other than Tyler's done his recorder duties.
So Tyler comes back and says all the legalities are covered, state, county. It's up to the council to make a decision whether to approve an annexation. So that's Tyler's part. Tyler comes back, next council meeting, most likely the other side. But it's only annexation, it's not zoning. All we're discussing tonight is, do we ask Tyler to follow through?
One quick thing. If you approve it tonight, it won't be on the next agenda because Tyler and Chad have to take some time. And then there has to be a protest period. If Tyler and Chad and the county, if they all agree that everything is good and it can move forward, then there has to be, is it still 30 days? A 30-day protest period. And so you won't see it again on a council agenda for probably 45 to 60 days, depending on how everything falls out.
Could be longer, but
Could be longer.
All right. Pretty straightforward. Questions for the council?
Is there any water being brought in?
at this point, staff has done nothing other than, and we wouldn't consider anything before that, but we require water to come in with all the parcels. So, but we've done nothing on this one because it comes to you first before we do anything.
How does this work with our phasing code?
The LCR has a phasing requirement.
The LCR has a phasing requirement. General plan has this as LCR.
There's background to that. I think it looks, sorry.
So we're not considering zoning tonight?
They haven't even applied for a zone.
They haven't applied for zone, but when that discussion comes up, which I believe is relevant at a future point in time, there's background to that. So,
Absolutely.
Well, they're not gonna apply for LCR.
I don't know.
We don't know what they're doing. So
But
I
this is a-
propose that we
The
let
office
them
is
look at
waving
it.
it off.
I would way rather annex in, like I say, I'd rather have Providence be control of that area than River Heights. And then we get you guys get to make those decisions, but at this point, let's move forward, and I propose we just go ahead and let them explore that and move on.
We make a motion.
Yes, because it's a resolution.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve item number 8, resolution 2021-035 for the annexation by Ridgeview Park LLC.
Motion from council member Kirk. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second from council member. They call for a vote.
Quick discussion on the motion,
Sure.
if that's okay. I would just add, this is just expressing interest that we're willing to take it in.
Right.
When, before we have the zone discussion, I think it would be wise, as has been proposed by Councilman Kirk, to get some public feedback and input before we do that. Future date, just want to put that out there.
We expect that the zoning would be such that it would require a public hearing, planning commission. So that's why even at that point, it's got a lot of time.
It's been a long time. That makes it really clear that people know this. It's just like, yeah, I'll go out with you. Yeah.
And for residents, I mean, this keeps it in our control. Otherwise, they petition to another city and it's completely out of our control. So if you want to have a discussion, that's what we're looking for. We're not saying what it will look like, but we keep it in our control if we annex it.
And this is just considering the petition, really. I mean, yes, in the long term, you will be considering annexing the property, but at this point, you're
This
just
isn't even an
considering,
annexation.
right, you're just considering the petition for the staff to be able to do their legwork.
I say just one thing, just clarify one point.
Sure.
Mayor's call.
Are you good with that?
Give us your name.
Dallas Nickel. I'm the
Thank you,
attorney general. I just wanted to clarify the process as I understand it. If we accept the petition tonight, the process does require a public hearing, right? That's not
It will,
Whether the zoning was contentious or not, the process always requires a public hearing, is that right? And would that be at the planning commission or would that be at the city council level?
planning,
So,
now, city council can have one,
sure.
but planning commission will have one.
There were two.
Go to two public hearings.
Yes. One, for the planning commission to consider the zone and make a recommendation. Because our thought is that you probably will want to. Probably
She
want
just needs a
to,
wandering mic.
probably,
Really good.
probably
She doesn't
want
have
to ask for a zone different than the general plan says. And so that would, the planning commission would hold a public hearing and then they would make a recommendation on the zone assignment. And that's all it would be. Then the planning or city council has to hold a public hearing to actually consider the annex before they can actually act on the annexation. So there will be two public hearings, one to discuss the zone and the planning commission to make a recommendation, and two at the city council level for the council to actually get input on the actual annexation.
Okay. Does it be also, just Scarlett, to clarify, because the city council ultimately makes the zone assignment? That's the
Yes.
city council's role.
That's correct.
Well, at that point, but a public hearing at the city council is the actual annexation. So there is two separate tracks that this can go on. There is the zone assignment and the annexation. They can be separated. We've combined them, and that's what we do is we combine these two tracks together to run concurrently. But they are two different tracks. Annexation would require the city council to hold a public hearing. The zone assignment will require planning commission to hold the public hearing, but because they're parallel tracks together, those things will be discussed together at both public hearings.
Yes, there's a,
So it said there's
We
a
need to use
30-day
the- We need to
protest.
use the microphone. please.
You're just clarifying that there is a 30-day protest period.
Versus the 18-month protest period that we.
Yeah,
just
you
had.
guys are really, 30 days, I'd take that all.
Well,
day
and
long.
I want to just remind the public that we are your friends. Like, you don't need to bring pitchforks or, conspire on Facebook. Like, come talk to us. If you have ideas and solutions, that's what we're looking for. We're just trying to make this the best place possible. And so let's have dialogue.
Agreed. Civil dialogue,
Yeah, nice. Let's be nice.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Dallas. Now are you ready? You have a motion on the table? Can I call for a vote? Do I need to repeat the motion? Okay. Can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Dallas. All right, let's move on. Item number 9, Fox Hollow Townhome Development Public Improvement Agreement. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a request to approve the development, the public improvement installation agreement for Fox Hollow Townhomes Phase 1, proposed 33-unit residential townhome development located in the general area of 590 West, 300 South. This is 3rd South. Just east of the highway, just down the street from Lions Bank Furniture Store.
so you haven't seen as many development agreements recently because of the way we haven't been actually participating. The developers have just been following the ordinance and the city specification manual. And so they're just agreeing to follow the ordinance. But in this particular one, if I can take you to page, let's see, it's in a couple of places. First one is on page 1, where it does talk about street improvements. And it in 1.1.1, 300 South, the developer agrees to the construction of a portion of 300 South as shown on the approved construction plans. including but not limited to base courses, asphalt, curb, gutter, park strip, sidewalk. That's all standard, but then it says, see also 1.12 off-site infrastructure requirements, which include road base and asphalt, irrigation piping, and a walking path approximately 330 feet. And so then if you go to that 1.12, which is on page 5, it talks about during the January 20th, 2021 City Council meeting, the City Council approved the annexation agreement with the following. The city will provide pipe in front of the Barlow property, and the developers will provide improvements, road base, asphalt to the edge of the city easement, and it will be installed by the developer to engineering specifications and I missed the word, it should say as shown on the approved construction plans. And then we go down to part 6, where it talks about city participation in construction costs. And I think it's important that the public understand that this is an off-site improvement that relates to, but is not necessarily 100% needed. It will help our overall system to get this walking plan in. So we are not helping the developer develop his property. We're participating in an off-site improvement that is related to that development, but improves our overall system. It's improving a public road that hasn't been improved yet, and it exceeds his frontage. And so that's why, again, it just restates the same paragraph about during the January 2021 meeting, so I won't reread that. But then it says, the city agrees to pay the developer the prorated cost of materials and installation of the public improvements as follows. Approximately 306 feet of irrigation pipe, estimated at cost of $4,896. And so just to let people realize, I need to pop back up to the performance about how much, I mean, it's important that the council be involved because you're telling the developer that you're willing to spend some money, and that's why you need to approve this agreement. But the developer is actually spending quite a bit more than that. And I wanted to, it's like 200, there we go. 233,000 in overall improvements for a little bit of public infrastructure that is in front of their development and definitely part of their wheelhouse. And then the private infrastructure improvements. So this is only that small portion of pipe that we are, that the city committed to do. And that's what this agreement is about. Questions or concerns? There's one other thing, this agreement's written just a teeny bit different than some of them. Most of them are really, we try and tie them down as much as possible. And the developer may have new information on this, but right kind of at the end of things, a neighboring developer that hadn't really acted like they wanted to cooperate between the two developments has had a change of heart, maybe. So this allows for on private streets, let's see. I know I put that in here, but now just because I need to tell you. Basically, what's going to happen is one of the private streets, or basically what's being talked about. Now, I won't say going to happen because I don't know if it's going to happen yet or not. One of the private streets may actually move its position just a skosh and turn into a public street shared between an adjoining property owner development. And, oh, that's where it is. Last line in 1.13, it says the developer agrees to construct a private street within the developer within the development as shown on the approved construction drawings. If the developer desires to convert a private street to a public street, the following shall apply. has to get the approval of the city. They can't just do it willy-nilly. The street profile, including the right-of-way width and construction, must conform to the public street requirements in the city code and the Public Works Standards and Specification Manual. And the developer will dedicate the required right-of-way to the city. It would only be their portion of the required right-of-way, not for the other developer. But that's why that's kind of why there's a if or in this particular one when there usually isn't. So I try to tie it down as much as possible and still give them flexibility to work with the developer, which would probably give us a really good product if they can both work it out.
Is that potential road, how far away is that from the intersection of the highway and it's off?
400 feet, is that right?
Yeah, it would be about 400 feet, a little farther than the Zions Bank. And then it would combine those two developments, the Champlin development and the Meisner, and join them on the property line or as close to, and it would create one bridge so both sides could develop. But then it would be a city connection down through potentially all the way from 3rd to 5th, and then out from that street, whatever it would be called, out on 4th to the highway. So it would have a connection between the developments.
A connection to the existing 55 plus at the end of 500 South?
It would connect to 5500 South, but it wouldn't connect through because they built that as a private road and the width isn't to the city standard width. They can't now give that to us because it's not wide enough.
It would go on the west side of that development.
So they have to go on the west.
But it would go all the way from 3rd South to 5th South if
all of it
negotiations
develops.
are successful.
Correct.
And those are private negotiations. So we'll see how that works. But I did want to give them the flexibility to be able to do that without having to come back and do the whole process. So that's what this option is.
So at some point in time, that other parcel will be developed, less than development now. Is that correct? I mean,
Yes,
okay,
that's kind of what's driving it. They're
It's in
applying.
discussions now.
Mhm.
so say they can't get together, can we still require that one road eventually meet together and to give connectivity from the 3rd South or South?
We would probably work with the development to the west to do that, but it may not be a public street. It may end up being something like, well, actually like Tractors, the road in front of, behind USU Credit Union and in front of Tractor Supply that comes through from First South to First North. It's kind of a parking lot road, but it's still, you can get from one to the other without having to go out on the highway. So it may be something like that. If they can't get together, we could require connectivity, but I don't think we could actually force both developers to do it.
Point to that one, and it's not on the agenda, and I'll clarify, this is not on the agenda, so it'll take less than 30 seconds. But the development to the west of this one, so what we're talking about is having one joint road go through here. If this development doesn't join together here, then they will have to require, then UDOT would have to grant them an exception to come off the highway, which is one of the things that's moving it off, because UDOT has 3rd South, 4th South, and wherever 5th South comes in, that's where the UDOT connections are. But so that's why this one makes it important to take the commercial and the multifamily and have a shared city street through there, so that it allows connection to the highway. It's a highway connection. Champlin owns these two as well as, yeah.
So his interest is making all of that work.
They're both owned by the same developer at this point.
And the least amount of pushback from you.
That they're going to be driven that way. That's why in this development agreement, like she said, is interesting because that pushes the opportunity for those two to agree as we look at a broader master plan for that area. So that's why we're trying to leave flexibility in this agreement. So without going into much development that side, this is try to stay to the agenda.
Make a motion that we approve item number 9, Foxfall Townhome Development and Public Improvement Agreement. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor of approving the public improvement development agreement for Fox Hollow Townhomes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right. Ryan, I think these next two are yours.
They are mine.
Item number 10, culinary water study amendment number 1, Providence City Council will review and discuss an amendment to the culinary water master plan submitted by Sunrise Engineering.
So I'll make it brief. We've talked about and included the amount now in the budget. And because it's master plan and we always bring master plans to the council for approval, this is a addendum to the master plan agreement. We don't have, this isn't the creation of the master plan. This is the agreement for an engineering firm. So we don't actually have the master plan yet, but this is the engineering contract to bring us the master plan. And this is addendum number 1 to change so that we can include the costs associated with the water meter into the agreement.
Ryan, you had in reading this here, the resolution, the amendment, we originally budgeted 20,000. It came in at 84. Why is there such a gap?
So the 20,000 is not what we budgeted. It is what the engineer budgeted in their proposal to us. And so the additional amount comes because of the cost of materials, the time frame of construction, and also in the additional complexities of the project. If I cover those right, Rob, you can add to that.
Yeah, when it comes to the complexities, there was a lot of unknowns when all the engineering firms were giving us, bids to, take on the project of the whole water master plan. And so there was a lot of, I guess, unknowns associated with what was really going to entail that meter. And the time of year is another big one, by the way, the fact that we did it last week and in a hurry for us. And so that probably raised their bid a little bit when it came right down to it. But there was the fact that it had a lot of air vents and 45s and manholes, and there was a lot of things that they didn't anticipate when they gave us a bid. And there was also some things that we weren't real certain what was going to, as far as where it was going to need to go and what it would entail to make sure a mag meter of that style always has a full pipe of water, which changed the design quite a bit. So that helped them.
Ryan, the cost of the meter is part of this 64 too, right?
That's correct.
This just isn't. This
We have
just
a
isn't.
conversation on.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This just isn't adding more verbiage to the plan. This is executing some of the plan, and it's actually the physical cost of the meter plus the installation, if I'm not mistaken, and the design of where it would go.
This is design and construction of the meter to measure the volume out of Broad Hollow Spring. So it includes not only engineering, but design and construction. This is all inclusive in that price.
Especially because when we do the RFPs for these master plans, they come in a fixed price. And so we have to adjust because of complexity. I mean, I know price is part of our RFP analysis. But I guess it's my understanding that these complexities and issues would have arisen regardless who was awarded. So I don't think it would have changed the decision.
That's correct. And the other one was a similar budget. And one of them didn't include the meter at all in their pricing. And so both of those, that Epic and Sunrise, they were very similar in their budgeted amount for what it would be. But the complexity changed, and that changed
So
the
the
price.
budgeted amount was for just the labor and design, not the meter.
Just the meter itself and then pump.
Can't hear you, Rob.
I think a couple of those firms were kind of ballpark guessing the cost of the actual mag meter and putting that in there, assuming that it was going to be a fairly simple and easy, cheap location to install it. Because they didn't fully understand what they were getting into when it came to the location and the
Yeah, well,
and
I
the
mean,
air
the
vent
meter's
has-
already in, so this is a pretty easy decision to make, so.
it's in and it really went quite well, and we're lucky to have the weather that we did, so that's great.
I'll make a motion. Approve item number 10, the culinary water and study amendment number 1.
I'll send it. Go ahead.
Motion, second. Motion from Councilmember Kurtz, second from Councilmember C. Okay, further questions for Ryan? Further discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor of approving item 10, the amendment to the culinary and water study, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item number 11, land purchase of parcel 02-110-0023 from the Banda family of the Providence City Council. We'll discuss and may take action on moving forward with purchasing a parcel 02-110-0023 located in the general area of Von Bear Park on Fox Ridge Drive from the Banda family. Everybody familiar where this is? Ryan? So I know a little bit of history of this. I know Laura and her husband. They bought this property to build a house on. They came back to build about, Scarlett would know, 8 years later, and the city code had changed. And the complexity of building on that lot had changed. They chose not to build on it. I think it was probably buildable from an engineering standpoint, but they would have had to get a what from the city variance. So they purchased a home on, I think they purchased a home and 2 other lots on Sherwood Drive, and they've since sold the house and moved.
Yes, correct. So this property is this parcel right here, as identified. They've had an appraisal at 110,000. They have agreed if we'll pay 65,000, they would donate the other 45,000 to the city as a gift, similar to what our other resident did. And you'll see from this, we already have used the property. With our disc golf, we use it, and it's part of the park. So,
Thank you, Bandus.
so at this point, it does jog in. You'll see inside the park how it jogs in. If you'll recall, we talked about having a amphitheater, a trail system through and doing that, and those would have come and in conflict with the property. So there is a number of things that it could be used for. And at this point, it's already really being used in the park. So rather than have them sell it to somebody else, we've talked to them and discussed that that's probably the value that would be consistent to the city. But one of the conditions they've had on it is they'd like to close by the end of the year. If they're willing to give the gift, they want to close by the end of the year. So it'd be quick, and they're prepared to start that tomorrow if it's approved tonight. So my recommendation is approve and add it in. I do.
A lot of money to me. I mean, this lot's been for sale for a lot of years.
I do have a copy of the appraisal.
Part of the reason,
Christina, your concern is that we're buying something that's not gonna sell anyway.
part of the reason for the appraised value.
Well, I understand
is that
buying it
lot
so that
has
we-
utilities plumbed to build a home.
I'm just saying, it's not worth 110.
It is worth 65 outside the way to the city.
And they want the tax deduction.
On the tax section, they have,
Those win-win-wins
Is
personally.
it worth, so the net cost of the city is
65.
is it worth 65?
I'd like to go play disc golf
In the
on it before we decide.
No, let's do this.
I would like to not have it paying to the city for the park. It's
I
been
made the
paying
last
for a long
motion. Who
time.
wants to make a motion?
Who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a
Brent wants to Make a
motion.
motion, it's just down the street from us.
That's right. So I'll make a motion on item number 11 that we go ahead and purchase parcel 02-110-0023 from the Vanda family.
I'll second.
Motion from Councilmember Stat, second from Councilmember Paulson.
Thank you for the gift, Bandas. They might be.
All right, can I call for a vote? All in favor? There's a motion on the table to approve the purchase.
Bye.
I,
Any nays? Unanimous. Well done. Not too bad, it's only 9:30. All right, we have staff reports. Rob, you want to start us out?
I apologize for the eye issues I've probably shown to you tonight. And then I had surgery on my eye, so I got some sutures. And membrane, I had some UV damage. I had that taken care of, but not moving fast enough. But anyhow, we got through our first significant snowstorm. Guess you could call it October 12th fiasco. The first one, but I call that more like a small miniature disaster or something. Based on the timing of the year that it was and the fact that the road temperatures were so warm. But so we've got 3 new employees this year when it comes to learning curves of knowing our routes and quirks with each route. And so we might see some of those learning curves initially, but I think we did quite well last night and this morning. We did give them, some training to some degree first, and so I think they're competent drivers. So I'm very optimistic that they'll be more efficient and things like that real fast. And we always do go through some of these little growing pains on getting all the quirks, because there's a lot of quirks. Every route, every zone, every truck has its quirks, and so you have to experience it to understand it and get better at it. So we might see, now that we have 3 brand new drivers this year,
Are they full-time or just?
Zane, Dylan, and I just go blank.
Are they
Austin,
just
Emily.
seasonal or?
So we've got 3 new employees.
They're full-time.
Yeah, so
hopefully the raise keeps them around.
That was my question. Do we have anybody at risk, Rob? Skilled and talented.
Everybody's at risk right now. There's the whole competition thing, and yes, I've heard some stories. I don't know if there's merit to them, and I won't repeat who and where and what right now on the public side of things. But yeah, there's some lack of qualified staffing out there and a big demand for more of it. And so you get kind of desperate. Some people, and they can up the wages to try to get the help that they're desperate for. And so people that aren't loyal will jump ship sometimes. I'm just kidding. That's a horrible way to put that probably, but
Well, that are trying to feed their family and pay their rent.
so yes, to a degree.
So we have
they're at
this
risk.
kind of like all these cities in the county circular firing a spot. We're all.
I mean, Dylan Waller, my water supervisor, came from Logan City. I ran
And
into
it's hard to attract people to come in here to Cache Valley because they can't find anything, and if they could,
Nowhere
they
to
couldn't
live.
afford it anyway. Okay.
but we're doing quite well. I'm looking optimistic that Like all the others. And we seem to get top ranks, if not the best ranks in the valley when it comes to our snow removal process. So we'll get them trained up quick and stay at the top of that list.
Thanks for the very, very long hours you're keeping today.
Yeah, that's why your eye's hurting. You need to
Yeah,
sleep.
and they're very light sensitive. I don't know what it is about these lights in here and Ryan's office are both really
He
bad.
sits in his office in the dark.
We're all in the dark in some ways.
Just a computer screen for work.
I've gotten extra dark lately. We'll move on to the reservoir is progressing. I guess we're optimistic we'll have water in that within a month or two. There might be there's gonna be a lot of little loose ends, but if we can at least get, controlled building built and the water in it and drinkable and passed off to the state of Utah, will be on the right path. So any questions related to that project? So other than that, we're doing really well still in the public works budget. So I don't see other works and thank you for the budget approvals that we did tonight. We helped with a lot of aspects, and Ryan and I, all the rest of the staff for that matter, will get busy putting some stuff together to do some more projects and purchases. It's been great working with you, Mayor. This being your last one. Good to know you and working with you all these years.
I'm not going away.
Good. I hope we see you in here from time to time. Christina, I'll always run in here from time to time. And that's all I have. If you have any public questions you'd like to throw at me. Okay.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you very much.
We got some overnight temperatures in the teens for like 4 days in a row, so it's gonna be icy. So they won't be pushing snow, but be salting the road.
Are we supposed to get another storm tomorrow?
It's 55% chance, so.
Pray for snow so we can get out of our drought.
Scarlett?
So really, really quickly, the tree lighting was awesome. Any of you that weren't able to be there, I feel bad because it was cool. Hats off to Carrie and her committee, Katie Gerke, Amber Wright, your youth council, and I'm missing somebody else, aren't I? Kathleen, Shayla's.
Shayla did all
a lot.
Shayla did all the work and we just
Yes, Shayla
made
did.
lots of requests and
Shayla,
it was awesome. It was
Yeah.
really awesome.
It was, and the weather was delightful and Santa Claus was terrific and there was a very long line for Santa. 2.5 hours.
Oh,
Maybe.
No.
Two and a half hours. It was constantly a line, and he sat and took kids for 2.5 hours. He had them on his lap in that line. You didn't have to wait that long, but he did have a constant line for 2.5 hours to have people sit on his lap.
Twice as fast if you put one on each.
Well, I was wondering how we could do two Santas. One on each side of the tree.
Mrs. Claus, yes.
But he had a beautiful backdrop and a great chair that we raffled off, and all but 2 ornaments got sold for the family place. And it was just total success, except that there weren't more people there from the council to rub shoulders with people and to be ambassadors.
I guess I can solve it.
How much money was made?
I don't know.
I haven't
I got a stack.
looked at the final. There's almost 1,000, I think, so. With the raffle.
Which was a fairly good increase from the prior year. I think it was 30% increase from the prior year. It was really good.
Yeah.
Really good that way from what we raised. So yeah, about $1,000, I think. Is what.
And, the new decorations on the tree and the decorations that we did this year were big and they show up and so that was kudos to Shayla and the tree lighting committee and the youth council and Amber for.
We ran out of
brave.
donuts in the first 30 minutes, so.
Ran out of hot
But we
chocolate,
fixed
too, I
that.
think.
Kathleen was the problem solver. About every donut at Macy's.
Yeah.
Wiped him out.
Yeah, and I want to take just a couple quick seconds to wish you all a Merry Christmas because we won't see each other again until Happy New Year gets over with. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and then we'll start in again. Kyle, have you here taking your oaths of office. And then this is always a bittersweet time because to say goodbye to council and mayors is tough. We don't always see eye to eye, but everyone that comes and serves on this council, no matter what their capacity, I know in their hearts, they are doing what they think is the very best. And I think we are so lucky to have people with that kind of commitment. And so just a really heartfelt thanks to you, Christina, for all you persevered. You did that twice because you got beat up on the planning commission for your real estate. Well, yeah, that was an interesting one, but thank you for coming back and persevering again and everything that you've done. And then Mayor, thank you for your service, the amount of time and energy that you've put in, the thought-provoking conversations that you've brought up and things. So I just want to wish you the very, very best with whatever the future holds for you. And thank you for the time that I was able to spend with you during that little bit of time. The rest of you, thanks for running and being here, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. But have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Oh, and thank you for those rezones. They were a double-edged sword because I was going to be able to say, I think we might slow down for a second, but now we won't. So knock on wood. Yes, Ryan.
Thank you, Scott. Adam?
Report on.
Good night, Cheryl.
Merry Christmas.
As Scarlett mentioned, on January 5th at 6 o'clock, we'll be doing our swearing in ceremony. So it will be kind of a city council meeting. There'll be just one item on the agenda. We'll hope to have an open house, have some refreshments, and make it special.
January which?
January 5th.
It's the Wednesday. I believe that's the.
Did you say
Yeah.
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
Is it Wednesday then? Not
Yeah, it's a
Mon-
Wednesday.
It's not Monday.
No, Monday's the 3rd, which is when they have to
Right,
take
it's
off.
usually Monday.
Yeah, but
It's Monday or after. You can't do it before Monday, but where it was the regular council meeting on, or regular Wednesday, we have planning commissions and city councils on those Wednesdays. We felt that Wednesday would be a good time to be consistent.
Until January 5th.
Just to clarify though, that's a singular item on that agenda. Will we just do that?
Yeah, we'll get refreshments and it'll be a ceremony. It'll be a party. And I don't think, not to throw Jeff under the bus, but I don't think Jeff could be there Monday and we wanted him there.
He needs to be there.
We want him there.
That's all I got. Any questions?
The next year is a general election.
Yes, it will be,
Just the general.
it'll be a general election year.
Thank you, Tyler. Brian? How's your daughter doing?
I appreciate the concern and she has done well. My daughter, for those of you who knew or didn't know, but she spent last night in the hospital and she had a fever over 100 that we couldn't control. And so it's been a long day.
How old is she?
She is 10. So we were at the hospital I was at the hospital 7 to midnight. So I've seen all 24 hours of this day. If I'm not careful, I'll have seen all 24 hours. So if I missed something, I apologize, but I've made it through. I remind of my college days being able to do all-nighters, and I'm almost there. So anyway, a few things we've done. Fiber is always a big one, and you'll hear from me each time. It takes a lot of the time to keep things running. With with 10 ISPs, the joy of 10 ISPs is that we'll have plenty of competition. The joys of 10 ISPs is I have 10 people I deal with and work with and answer questions of. So there is going to be some great service provided to the residents. And I'm confident as I get to know each of those CEOs, I'm confident in the service that's going to be provided. So I'm excited. I will
Right,
report.
actually, a quick question on this. So it just seems like, to be frank, like if someone was on my team and they were suddenly working with 10 CEOs to do ISPs, it's like a whole other job. I'm curious, I'm concerned how burdensome it is, to tell you the truth, how much time it would take.
I think it has some burden, but I think it is going to be exciting for the residents.
No doubt,
No
but I'm
doubt.
just
For
wondering,
you.
like ongoing, will this be a
No, I
city
don't think
manager
it'll-
responsibility? Okay.
I think once we get past the initial, a
It's just
lot of
over
it's
a
getting it.
hurdle. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's getting over the hurdle and getting everything rolled out. Once that rolls out,
Ryan won't be fielding the customer complaints.
yes, and
Yeah, that's what I wanna
it's
make sure.
it's building to a. Is that the right term?
No, that would be a bad thing to be on a precipice, like
It's
that's something you fall off of.
So it's building up to a point that then after we've got
There's a
to that
tipping
point,
point.
then there's a tipping point to go down and go. We have a few residents that have actually connected on. But we have one that is our
Came to
poster
this
child.
meeting just so I could tell you I was connected. Or did Ryan tell you which ISP to use?
No,
We
No,
have
I
one
chose.
default at this
Oh.
point, but we have,
but I had already committed to do Strata. So they hooked me up and they even came back and gave me a net. Because where it is in my house, I don't get full coverage because my house is long. And so they put one out in my garage and they put one in my office. So I'm excited.
So how did you rate?
You know, they happen to be coming by my
I'm
house.
kidding. Yeah.
I gave them apple pie is what I did.
I got a log house too. I got.
are you connected yet, Brent?
Because you're on the list.
Because you're in the top 5, or at least we hoped until there was some issues with your wife and COVID. And
Yeah,
we understand.
I've spent the last 2 weeks with this COVID business, and so I haven't had time to deal with it.
So
They'll get with me.
they're happy and anxious. So, but we have testers and beta testers that are starting, and we've got it all the way to the house. I told
I have
Kathleen,
a
if,
box on my house.
oh, good.
Yeah, I just haven't.
They just haven't plugged in.
What does your yard look like after they brought the box to your house?
You can't even hardly
You
tell.
can't? Okay.
Especially with the snow over it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
Kathleen had some conduits that they were able to utilize for that.
They had to come along the front of my house and I must have been under the driveway and then they had to go up the hill to the telephone pole that was there. And then I had an extra sleeve under my helipad and they were able to use that. And then they used the wire that CenturyLink had in there and they connected it. So
All underground.
it's all underground and I can't, even where they came across the front. Now, spring comes and I look at my sprinklers, there might be some issues,
They'll be here to fix those if they caught them.
but anyway, it's awesome. It's lightning fast and they were anticipating some problems with it, with the connectivity and with it maybe going down, but I haven't had any problems with it. So pretty exciting.
We're excited. We're excited to get the progress. We've made it all the way to signing first ones up. We're getting all of those dominoes laid out. So anyway, but yeah, once we get to that precipice, once we get to that tipping point, hurdle, once we get there, the peak of the mountain, it's going to be great, and then it will come down, and we'll be able to turn over all of that communication once they're all up and running. At this point, each of them have been issued their either construction drawings or construction engineering drawings for connecting into our vault. 2 will connect directly to us. 2 of them will have managed service by Strata. So Strata will actually manage part of their service for them. And the others will connect into us in different areas in Salt Lake. So the network that we'll have, depending on the provider you pick, you may go connecting up through Boise, you may connect over through Tremont and down, or through Sardine Canyon. So there is definitely the ability that we have to be able to connect and great connectivity. We're excited for the project, and that construction's definitely progressing.
So I have a question on the ISPs. Will there be a place like that people can look up the list and like compare the different ISPs?
That's a lot of what I'm working on with each of the CEOs.
Okay.
They're trying to get that built.
Yeah, I want a table.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I just want you to tell me who to choose.
Me too. You tell me.
And what I want to do is be able to go through.
No, doesn't like
So-
that.
There are different things, and to go through that, somebody might, if you want, if you're a high watcher of Netflix, one or two of them will host a mirrored server of Netflix on there. So all you have to do is go from you to them and not you all the way to Netflix. So they'll do peering or caching of those kind of items. Some will do Disney, some will do others. And so at that point, there will be some that will be able to service all the way to your phone. And when you're in your house, you can have your phone connected, and they will be able to give you technical support all the way to have your phone connect to your network. Some people may not want that, and there will be others that will give you the base fee and get you to the house and get you as fast as it goes, and then you take it from there. And
I'm glad you're working on that table.
yes, so
Thank you.
there will be ways that will help. And I've told them I want to be able to help with information so that I can find the right provider for any given resident, so that they can be happy. And there is a provider out there for every resident to be happy with, I think. A lot of other of my report has been covered. So I'll skip the questions if you have any, and I'll go from there. Spent a lot of time on fire. I'll just, if you have any other questions, we've talked about budget, we've talked about a lot of things. So any questions you have for me? All right, thank you.
Merry
Thank you,
Christmas.
Ryan.
Thank you for your sacrifices.
And all your hard work.
Thank you for Junior one.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, tell Deborah they all got eaten during council meeting.
I accidentally ate half of it.
I have someone text me from the audience saying you guys are making a lot of noise in your microphone.
I do want to reiterate the gratitude for the other. I wouldn't be here without Mayor Drew. I appreciate all of the leadership he has had for the city. And as happy as I am here, I wouldn't be here without him. I wouldn't be here without Christina. She found the house for me. She walked through it before I ever did. And we bought it sight unseen. And the only thing we had to use to buy our house was her iPad and her showing us around. And we appreciate
And her
that.
great taste.
Yes, and we found the right house, and it is the perfect place for us.
It's worth 3 times as much as it was.
Probably is, and we appreciate the work. And we appreciate the work. And I sincerely appreciate the work each one of you have done this past 2 years. There's been a lot accomplished. You should be proud of the service you've provided. And we understand that you won't be gone. But we appreciate your service as mayor. One of my favorite mayors.
I know what you thought of the other one.
I've had 2 others.
I see that in my kids too. You're one of my favorite 3 children.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, council reports. You want to go first?
I've got a screaming headache right now, so I'm
Okay, we'll
just.
stop talking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Karen?
about to sleep.
It's faster.
Nothing.
That's my best. Nothing. You know?
Just a few things. Right after our last council meeting, Ryan emailed out that we got the Safe Routes School grant that we worked on, so pretty happy about that. So thanks for all your work on that, and we've sent, thanks to the Student Community Council and to the principal at Providence Elementary. I think I served on the Student Community Council, and that is how it's supposed to work. The city and the school are supposed to work together with the community and get the best possible outcome for our residents, and we were able to do that. So I'm really happy about that. The Planning Commission has a new chair. It's Michael Fortune. And then just on a personal note, I just wanted to extend my condolences to the Mumford family. Bryce Mumford served on the library board with me, and he was a great individual, so joyful and positive and smart. And he passed away of service. His funeral was on Monday. He worked for the county, and he leaves behind a wife and 4 little kids. So it's really sad, but he had a long health history with kidney disease, and COVID took him. So my condolences to their family. And Mayor and Christina, I really enjoyed working with you, and I really feel like it's been a privilege to watch you put your heart and soul into serving the community. I know it doesn't come without its bumps. Sometimes that's disheartening when you're putting in so much time and effort for the benefit of others, and sometimes it's just not well received, and that's hard. But I just want you to know that I appreciate all the effort that you've put in, and your work, and the vision that you've tried to have for our residents. So thank you.
I don't have anything to report other than I too want to thank Christine, the mayor, in the last 2 years that we've spent together on the council. It's been a learning curve for me again to be on the council and to learn. It's amazing how much the city has changed in the time that I was gone until I came back on the council. And how things have changed. It's been good for me, and man, I'm glad we got the water problem worked down to, after all we've been through with that. I'm glad it's working. Thank you. It is thanks to those people who carry it
And Ryan, who
and
talked us off the
yeah, that's right. I don't want to leave you out. You were the one
We did.
that facilitated the discussions, and I was glad that was able to be resolved, and that's been a very positive thing. And we still got details to work out, but we have at least got some of the water here now with the former snow, so that's good. That's a big issue when you're dealing with water, is to have the supply. So we're happy to have it.
Thank you, Christina.
All right, I have a couple of requests. So I also want to thank everyone. I enjoyed my last 2 years on the council much more than my first 2. And that's because of you guys and because of Ryan. So thank you. I have
They were all at least 20 years older than you.
it's just
Was
the
it
last
it
2
was a
years was a
different
lot
culture.
better. Like I never would have reran if my first 2 years would have been like the whole thing. Never. Anyway, couple things for you guys just to consider moving forward. In regards to the cemetery master plan, I would love to be, if you decide to do a citizen committee, I would love to be on it. In regards to Parks and Recreation, will you guys please, that was just one of my passions, and I just wanted to, I talked to Smithfield City and I talked to Nibley City. They have a lot of great things that they do that I would ask that we would maybe consider broadening some of the things that that we provide
Like,
to the
for
citizens.
example?
Like Nibley City has exercise class, yoga, and exercise, simple things. Anyway, and then in regards to the new parks that we have, just I still wanted to get like some handy accessible park equipment, even just simple swings that someone can lay in, and just I would just ask that you would be really look at, what is the word, more diverse in what our future parks look like. Not the same old thing. I want to thank the mayor. He's been amazing. Thanks for teaching and educating. Thanks for all the time that you've spent. And I appreciate that. And thank you, Annette, for letting him. All right, that's all. I appreciate you guys.
I'm gonna do with him 24/7.
Oh, just kick him out for
She's gonna
shame.
remodel the house, and that wants her husband back.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I say one? Christina, in return for your request, will you continue to keep an eye on zoning and people staying in compliance and those little things that you catch that none of us would ever catch because you're in it day in and day out? Like, your perspective has been so valuable, and I'll take your feedback any day of the week.
I'm passionate about Providence and it's important to me, so I won't just back off. Plus, you know me, I don't keep quiet for very long.
Christina, one thing I might mention, I know you were pushing for a dog park, but.
Yeah, what happened to the dog park?
What's that?
Yeah, what happened to the dog park?
We'll get it when we
What
get
happened to
the
the dog park?
lights.
Well, let me give you a perspective from Mayor Miller of Hiram. They have a dog park. It's a really nice dog park in Hiram, but guess what? Everybody wants to use it and it's way overused. And they kind of regret that they did that because
Just because all the Providence citizens are
Well,
going
yeah.
to the dog
it's nicer
park.
than the one in Logan. Yeah, that's true.
It is a nice park. I've been there.
All right, just something I want to say. I've had my head in this. Cheryl Ames left. When I got my head into what was going on in Providence, Cheryl Ames and I were the only ones that showed up at Providence Planning Commission or council meetings. And I was sitting there trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And it was just hard for everything to follow. But when I do something, I don't like to do something part way. I put my head into it. And so I read a lot. I went to a lot of conferences. I talked to a lot of people. I met and made friends in other cities, county government, and I also built a library, which you guys should take advantage of. And there's a lot of good insights into what other cities have done. There's a lot of ideas and understanding. We have a real challenge here in this valley with the growth that we're expecting, that we're seeing now, and with pricing and everything else. And what other cities have done, there's no one size fits all. You probably saw the response I sent to a high school teacher who was asking about urban sprawl. The definition of urban sprawl is more single family homes on a quarter-acre lot, as far as the eye can see. There's got to be some better solutions than that. And that's why I challenged everybody to reopen the general plan and start. And you know what? And I know Kathleen's going to do this. Bring the public in, because what they start thinking of is we've done this in a vacuum, in a back room and without their input. But bring them in and engage them and say, we've got this challenge. Give us some ideas. I know it's, this is something. Even though we're not all LDS here, we're all a lot of the same culture here. We're citizens of Providence. Kathleen likes to say this. We're also citizens of Cache Valley. We're also citizens of Utah. Get to know people in other cities, other mayors, other council members. Go to some of these functions. Go to the Cache Summit, even though it's a day you'd need to take a day off. But anyway, after putting my head into all this, I realized how much I didn't know on the council after 4 years. I mean, and the more I read, the more people I talked to, the more, and then I became mayor, and it was even tougher, and it's even more challenging. I appreciate the city staff here. We really got a good bunch of people. I know Ryan's working really hard, and the other leadership here to groom and not only that, keep talented people here, Rob, as well. So I've really enjoyed it. I'm not going away. I've got my head in some other things. Some are city related here, some are bigger than that. Enjoyed all of you. I've seen a lot of council members come and go. This is clearly the youngest group.
And the fun.
Are we one of the best
And the
councils that
wisest.
you've ever worked with?
What?
Are we one of the best councils you've ever worked with?
Absolutely, one of the best councils ever met. Now, I'm trying to think if I was the youngest. The last council. No, we had Brent Freeze. Brent was really good. He was really good. I know he's your neighbor.
Not anymore.
Has he moved?
Yeah.
Oh,
Over a year
okay.
ago.
Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
And we used
I'll
to
make a
have, and
motion.
when Cheryl and I were here, It was for a long time in Scarlet, Kentucky. Nobody else showed up. Nobody else showed up. What we did accomplish is we got a lot of citizen engagement. It may not have been what we wanted to hear, but we got a lot more citizen engagement, far more. And a lot of times, whoever the mayor was, wouldn't let people in the audience talk. You had a public comment section, people showed up. And that's the way most cities operate, by the way. Some of them have a sign-up sheet, but normally during an agenda item discussion, the public is not invited into discussion. We are the exception in a lot of ways.
I'll make a motion
Thank you all.
I'll second.
Take a motion.
that we close the meeting.
All in favor?
I.
Aye.
I.